Thagod 35. Question. The sound reverberated through the silence, resonating in my ears and piercing through the numbness that enveloped me. I shifted my gaze towards Ryusui, his eyes filled with concern and desperation, as he tried to comfort me with his words. Ryusui, why? I questioned, my voice filled with a mixture of confusion and vulnerability. In response, I felt his embrace tighten around me, providing a sense of comfort and security. Minami told me you went to talk to Chrome and hadn't returned yet. Senku's getting suspicious, so Weijin give us enough time to stall him while me and her search everywhere for you. So I followed the route to my family's garden and, if I hadn't arrived, you would have been drowning yourself, and it's already too late. I believed that taking that leap would offer an escape, but then hearing his words struck a chord deep within me. Do you think this is the only way out? He continued, his voice softer now, though the undercurrent of anger still lingered. I know you're hurting, but you have friends who want to help. Why didn't you tell us you've been suffering all this time? Tears streamed down my face as I broke off his hug. I didn't want you to worry about me. Kohaku, Minami's voice made us turn both our head in her direction. She's gasping for air as if she's run a few miles just to get here. Well done, Ryusui. You know this place better than I do, so of course you'll cover more grounds. My mind were still clouded with despair as she stood in front of me, my heart still heavy with my actions. I could see the worry etched on Minami's face. Before I could utter a single word, Minami's hand lashed out, connecting with my cheek in a resounding slap. The sharp sting radiated through my face, leaving behind a throbbing pain that mirrored the turmoil in my soul. Eyes widened in shock as I struggled to process her sudden outburst. Minami, what are yo? She slapped away Ryusui's hand and hold both of my shoulders. You fool, I already warned you before you go, didn't I? Why? Minami's voice quivered with a mixture of anguish and desperation. I don't regret slapping you. I have no other choice. You need to wake up Kohaku. You still have people who care about you. As the weight of my pain hung heavy in the air, Minami's eyes softened with understanding. She took a hesitant step forward, her arms outstretched. Without a word, she enveloped me in a tight hug, bodies pressed together, like creating a shield against the darkness that had threatened to consume me. Honestly, it didn't get better. I just got used to it. I just learned to settle with it. I just feel like the pain is here, and it became a huge part of my being. Somehow, I didn't tackle it. I never succeeded in draining it out of my system. It still runs on my code. It's still the first thing I draw from my deck of cards. It's the first thing I remember when I wanted to revamp my courage. I was too weak to fight back the pain. I was too fragile to accommodate the weight. Maybe I just learned to accept that there are throbbing that never subside. And so it didn't get better, I just learned to numb the parts of me that ached. Perhaps this pain was always destined to be mine. I am always emotionally distraught, always overwrought. And just because I learned to be resistant to the pain doesn't mean I don't have it. In every battle I win, there's always a new one ahead of me. I never got the chance to rest. I never got the chance to breathe. The moon was high in the sky, and the stars sparkled like diamonds. A fire crackled and popped in the stone fireplace where all of the rest of our friends are, sending orange and yellow flames leaping into the darkness. The heat from the fire kept everyone cozy, despite the chilly air. On the table, there were plates piled high with sandwiches, some tasty dishes courtesy of Francois, fruits and cheeses, as well as a variety of hot beverages in thermoses. The sweet aroma of roasted marshmallows wafted through the air, tempting everyone to toast them to perfection. I quickly retreated to one of the bathrooms, taking a moment to fix myself up and apply makeup to conceal the evidence of my tear-stained eyes. It was crucial that Senku didn't notice I had just finished crying, let alone the fact that I had attempted to take my own life. It was better for him not to know. As we arrived, the sound of business discussions filled the room. I scanned the area, searching for a familiar face amidst the crowd. Just then, Ryusui leaned in close to me and whispered in my ear, relaying the news he had received from one of his butlers. Chrome is no longer here, he murmured, his voice barely audible. They saw him leave and drive away. A pang of guilt settled in my heart as I contemplated Chrome's absence, realizing that it might take him a while to process everything I had shared with him. With a heavy sigh, I tried to push those thoughts aside. My attention was momentarily diverted when one of Ryusui's servants offered me a glass of wine. I accepted the offer and eagerly drank it down, finding solace in the numbing effect it had on my emotions. Without hesitation, I reached for another glass, savoring the taste as I set it down with a contented sigh. However, amidst the haze of the room, I felt a familiar gaze fixated upon me. My heart skipped a beat as I met Senku's intense stare. His eyes conveyed a mixture of concern and curiosity, as if he was trying to decipher the depths of my innermost thoughts. The weight of his gaze compelled me to make a decision. With determination, I walked towards him and took a seat beside him. I observed Jen visibly release a sigh of relief and subtly wink at me, as if to convey that he had successfully fulfilled his task of keeping my husband occupied. "Who would have known Senku would be the most successful out of all of us?" Teju remarked. "I'm genuinely proud of you, buddy." "I can't help but be amazed at you, Senku," Yuzuriha admitted. "I still remember it like it was yesterday. Not only did you graduate with top honors, but you also pursued further studies abroad for your master's degree a few years ago." "He did. I wonder where." "Oh, really? I always knew he had a thirst for knowledge, but pursuing further studies in a foreign country, that takes true ambition," Jen said. I look at Senku. He seems to be enjoying his meal with serene countenance. I mean, he truly stood out during his undergrad years. His high honors were well-deserved. I'm not surprised when he told us he wants to continue studying abroad. Francois said. "What do you expect? He's brainy all right," Minami said. "That's incredible. It takes a special kind of person to step out of their comfort zone like that. I admire you for that, Senku," Tsukasa said. "Exactly," Yuzuriha exclaimed. "Senku never fails to keep in touch with us, even while pursuing his academic endeavors. He was actually the first person we told when Teju and I got engaged. And what's truly inspiring is that his motivation for studying abroad goes beyond just the achievements. Senku truly values the transformative experience it offers, immersing himself in a different culture, embracing new perspectives, and broadening his horizons." "You're exaggerating, Yuzuriha," Senku remarked as he finished the remainder of his meal. "He's a true inspiration to everyone around him, reminding us to dream big and pursue our goals with unwavering determination," Teju said, chiming in a knowing smile. "You graduated summa cum laude, right?" Yuzuriha asks. The atmosphere changed, buzzing with anticipation. I looked at him, upon hearing that my eyes widen in shock. I was caught off guard, feeling a blend of surprise and letdown, all while wrestling with a nagging feeling of having let an opportunity slip through me. I can't help but wonder, if circumstances were different, would I have been by his side on that momentous day of his life? Senku look at me and to Yuzuriha, who asks, yes." My eyes widen with surprise. I feel a mix of pride and regret for not being there. "So where did you study abroad, Senku?" Ryusui asks, casually twirling the glass of wine in his hand as the vibrant red liquid swirled within. "At the University of California, Los Angeles." Wait, what?" Ryusui's astonishment was evident in his tone, unable to conceal his shock. Minami shot him a sidelong glance, while Jen and I exchanged knowing looks, our eyes communicating without words. In that fleeting shared moment, my thoughts raced, trying to comprehend the revelation that he had studied at the same institution where I had graduated. Could it be possible that we? No, I couldn't recall any encounters or interactions with him during my time there. Our gazes met, a fusion of surprise, curiosity, and a touch of ambiguity lingering in the air. "Did you marry Kohaku right after she returned for the same reason, going all the way to America to be with her? It's quite unusual for you, Senku," Tsukasa said. "Yes, I did go there for her." His gaze locked onto mine, an intensity that sent my heart racing. In one swift and elegant movement, he reached out and gently took hold of my hand, his touch both comforting and reassuring. Our fingers intertwined, forging an immediate bond that sent a delightful shiver down my spine. Time seemed to suspend as his eyes remained fixed on mine, never wavering. With a tender gesture, he brought my hand to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss against my skin. The softness of his lips against my hand enveloped me in a wave of warmth, rendering me speechless. Was it also still a part of our act? I don't know. I guess it's fine till you make it till it's true. How I wish it to be true. Without a conscious thought, my hand instinctively recoiled, severing the fleeting connection that had been established. It was an involuntary reaction, triggered by a surge of surprise and unease that washed over me. My eyes widened in disbelief, mirroring the shock that reverberated within me. The unexpectedness of the act had caught me off guard, and my swift reaction was a physical declaration of my need for personal space. I wanted to create a barrier, to establish a distance. I saw him clench his jaw. "It's better like this, I don't want to invest more feelings." "Senku," Akio began. His voice held a tinge of curiosity as he addressed him. "I'm genuinely intrigued by your decision to acquire the flower farms, considering your remarkable success in the aerospace industry." Senku responded with a warm smile, fully aware that his choice might appear puzzling to others, including myself. Taking a sip of his drink, he paused briefly to gather his thoughts before answering. "Well," Senku began, his voice laced with enthusiasm, "while my rocket company, Stellarex, allows me to explore the wonders of outer space, I also wanted to establish a connection with the beauty and serenity of our own planet, Earth." His eyes sparkled with passion as he continued. "The flower farm represents a unique adventure for me, one that celebrates nature, promotes sustainability, and offers people the opportunity to find joy in life's simplest pleasures. It's about bringing a sense of wonder and delight into people's lives through the enchanting beauty and captivating fragrance of flowers." "And in the end you bought it?" Ryusui asks. "Yes, I never really thought her father would sell it," Senku replied. "We had to sell it because no one is watching over our properties anymore, Senku. We never really thought of going back," I said. "Well then, I'm glad you're back," Senku responded coldly. "All this time, I had actually believed that Luna was your girlfriend back then, Senku." As I diced the pork steak, Teiju posed a question to Senku that momentarily caught my attention. However, I quickly resumed eating, concealing any trace of the effect it had on me from the others at the table. "No," Senku responded, his words reaching my ears as I attentively listened. "Her father offered me scholarship, but I declined. I'm not really one to owe someone a favor to someone I'm not familiar with." I was intently listening to every word Senku said while eating. "We're just thrilled that you and Kohaku reconciled. There's no denying she's more beautiful than her." Minami's comment made me blush, and I shot her an annoyed glance, silently urging her to stop. "What? I mean it. Kohaku possesses such angelic features that shine through even her fiercest moments. If I were a guy, I'd undoubtedly fall in love with her too," she said as she reached out fro another glass of wine. Tsukasa interjected, attempting to grab Minami's wine glass. She stubbornly took another sip, refusing to let go, while giving him a defiant side-eye filled with annoyance. Amidst the ongoing business discussion, with Teiju seeking advice from Senku, I excused myself, feigning the need to visit the bathroom. In truth, my intention was to discreetly follow Minami, who had excused herself a minute earlier. As I discreetly observed the unfolding scene, a wave of concern and disgust washed over me. Minami's face contorted in agony as she doubled over, succumbing to the overwhelming effects of the excessive wine she had consumed. Empathy and repulsion mingled within me as I witnessed her struggle to contain the intense nausea. I gently massaged her back, hoping to offer some relief. Opting to remain in the kitchen, Minami offered me a sip of wine she had pilfered from a kitchen cabinet, assuring me that Ryusui wouldn't mind because they're already wealthy. "Aren't you already drunk?" "You haven't seen me drunk. How do you know?" she casually remarked. What an excuse." As she poured the wine and we settled at the island table, she placed a glass in front of me before swiftly finishing her own. However, my reaction was one of shock and worry as I witnessed an unexpected outburst of anger unfolding right before my eyes, causing my eyes to widen in surprise and concern. Startled, my body tensed as Minami forcefully slammed the glass onto the table, the sharp sound reverberating throughout the room. Her face contorted with a mix of frustration and rage, her hands following suit as she slumped them heavily on the table's surface. "He's so arrogant, so full of himself," Minami raised her voice full of outrage. "I made him famous and qualified him for an international tournament abroad by consistently publishing a compelling narrative that showcased his martial arts genius. But what did he do? He now has a girlfriend. Observing her furious outburst, I discerned a subtle undercurrent of sadness concealed within her eyes. It was a fleeting glimpse of vulnerability, revealing the inner turmoil she carried. In an instant, her eyes became brimming with tears, streaming down her flushed cheeks as if a dam had burst, unleashing a torrent of pent-up emotions. I can't believe he chose her over me. It hurts so much. Her eyes now filled with despair, she swiftly poured herself another glass of wine and consumed it in one go. As she wiped her lips, she uttered her next words, her expression conveying a mix of anguish and resignation. I just feel so betrayed. We spent so much time together, shared so many memories. It's just so hard to accept. I can't help but wonder if there's something I could have done differently. Maybe I wasn't enough for him. And here I thought you were a carefree person because you always portrayed yourself as strong and tough, I told her. Realizing the depth of her emotions, I found myself compelled to stay longer than initially planned, eager to hear her side of the story. I'm not Kay. I trust you so it's okay to be vulnerable in front of you, right? I nodded her. Now here's what happened. We met on a club that night on the coast of Hokkaido after I caught my ex-boyfriend cheating. I decided to drink the night away after that. He offered to stay with me, and can you believe it? I was so drunk that time, he suddenly kissed me. What the hell, Minami, for real? After completely disappearing on me and not bothering to answer my calls for a whole year, he suddenly popped back into my life. That very night, he acted all responsible, making sure I got back to my room in one piece. I was so drunk, I didn't even remember everything, and the next thing I know, I woke up naked beside him. I lost my fucking virginity to him. What, are you for real? Wait. You still haven't told me his name. Do I know him? If not, I swear you are really screw. It's Tsukasa, okay? She responded in a nonchalant manner, even as fresh tears streamed down her face, smudging the mascara she had just applied. She continued to drink, finishing yet another glass of wine, as if seeking solace or a temporary escape. What the fuck, Minami? The Shishio Tsukasa? I said, my hand instinctively shot up to cover my mouth. As my initial shock subsided, I was about to refrain her from drinking when she said, SHH, I was drunk, he did it on purpose. I'm just a little too late to know he already has a girlfriend that time. He's a user, damn him. She slumped her fist on the table again. What's supposed to happen with you two just being best friends? Is that for show? I felt my question to be a bit foolish, as if what I had with my husband wasn't like that. I had never suspected that there could be something more between them. In my mind, it had always appeared as innocent admiration or perhaps a simple case of puppy love. Throughout all those years we spent apart, and even during the times we were together, wandering the streets of Shibuya, I suddenly came to the realization that she had never truly opened up to me about herself. It was only now, in this moment, that she seemed willing to reveal her innermost thoughts and emotions. He's not like Senku, you know? If only you weren't oblivious, you would see that your husband truly loves you. But in my case, it's different. We're just using each other. So you mean that wasn't the first time you did it? What? I mean yes, last night would be the last time I'll allow him to. What the hell? That means you've been doing it with him for, oh my god, how many days? Months? What the? There's still a lingering sadness in her eyes as she gradually drank wine after another. It's like she'll never stop unless it's empty. Thoughts whirled in my head. I couldn't help but wonder if she was losing her mind or if Minami had gone off to the deep end. Maybe, if I had the chance and he's free, I should talk to Tsukasa. I quickly finished the glass of wine that had been offered to me earlier. And as I did, I felt a pair of hands suddenly covering my eyes. So you're already off the market, huh? I gently removed his hands and was greeted by a smiling Ryusui. Despite the passing years, he still had that familiar look that I remembered. Our relationship had evolved into that of siblings, but at times, I couldn't help but wonder who was the older one between us. There's no point in me telling you, since I know you'll hear the news soon enough anyway, thanks to Jen, I stated dismissively. You shattered my heart, Kohaku, he confessed, his voice filled with a mix of pain and curiosity. I just roll my eyes at him. Humor me for a moment. Senku, as skilled a liar as he is, managed to surprise me with the truth about his studies abroad for his master's degree. But setting that aside, indulge my curiosity. Beautiful, why did you choose to marry him? As Minami focused on finishing the remaining wine, my gaze remained fixed on Ryusui. Minami, him and Jen are the only people I trust to telling everything. I know I can trust him. He can protect secrets like it's his own. The reason is still the same as to why I returned to Japan, I explained. I made a deal with Senku, a contract of sorts. Once it's fulfilled, he will return the estate to me. I laid out all the details for him. Senku's motive was to prove to his father that he was prepared to commit. By fulfilling his father's desires, he would eventually inherit his father's company. I find it quite unusual for Senku to go to such lengths, unless he genuinely has feelings for you, he said, to which I scoffed in disbelief. You hit that one in the nail, Ryusui. Slow clap, Minami slurred, clapping her hands. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at her drunken antics. But let's not dwell on him anymore. Are you truly happy with this arrangement, Kohaku? Ryusui's tone shifted to a more serious note. I chuckled softly, pondering how my life would have turned out if I hadn't made the decision to return. Of course. Showing him a fake smile so he wouldn't worry is the least I can do for now. Am I happy? When was the last time I felt happy? Would being with them today counts? I guess I can say I am. Are you sure? Ryusui retrieved a new bottle of wine from the cabinets and poured us both a glass. I've seen you sad in the nicest places, Kohaku. Your happiness means a lot to me. If being with all of my friends today counts, then I can say I am, I responded, and he showed me a smile. Though Ryusui's charm could easily captivate others, I saw him as a genuine friend. Meanwhile, Minami had already succumbed to her drunken slumber. Our conversation flowed effortlessly as we shared anecdotes, laughed together, and explored various topics. With each joke and witty remark, a glimmer of happiness grew within me, soothing my soul. I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming gratitude towards Ryusui for making me feel this way, even after he had caught me in the midst of a suicide attempt just hours earlier. Can I ask you a question, Kohaku? Ryusui inquired, observing as I took a sip from my glass and then looked at him expectantly. Of course, go ahead, I responded. Do you still have feelings for Senku? He asked, swirling the remaining wine in his glass. My mind raced, scrambling to process the implications of his question. Why did he have to bring that up? Isn't it obvious that I've had feelings for Senku since our high school days? Surely, they must have assumed that the reason I agreed to Senku's contract offer was because of my lingering affection for him, right? But deep down, I know it's all one-sided. Should I be honest and tell him the truth? After all this is over, we'll go our separate ways anyway. Feeling slightly lightheaded, in contrast to Minami, who had succumbed to a deep slumber with her head resting on the table. In that momentary pause, I took a deep breath, gathering my composure and summoning my courage. Just as I was about to respond, a hand smoothly slid onto my waist, sending a jolt of surprise through me. I turned my head, only to be met with a smirking Senku, leaving me utterly stunned. There you are. I've been waiting for you for ages, lioness. How did you? Caught off guard by his sudden appearance and actions, I found myself in a state of surprise as he swiftly grabbed the glass from my hand and effortlessly finished the remaining wine. His eyes locked onto Ryusui with a smug expression, creating an intriguing dynamic before me. How shameless, Nanami. So you're not afraid of competition? Ryusui stood firm, his gaze fixed on Senku, who positioned himself at an angle, leaning against the island table, all while maintaining unwavering eye contact. Go ahead. He smirked at him, to which Ryusui arched his brow. May the best man win. As I found myself caught in the midst of their unspoken conflict, a wave of shock and unease coursed through me. The atmosphere grew tense, and I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of discomfort. It was as if I had unintentionally become a witness to the brewing tension between these two men, and being caught in the crossfire made me acutely aware of the uncomfortable position I was in. The weight of their unspoken battle hung heavy in the air, further adding to my unease. I'm not someone who backs down easily, Senku, Ryusui declared, his gaze fixated on the swirling red liquid in the glass before turning his attention to Senku, whose jaw was tightly clenched. Consider yourself lucky that I respect Kohaku's decision. TG Thagod 36. Invisible strings. God damn, I'm so sleepy. Minami slurred, which broke the tension between both of them. Amongst the revelry, I couldn't help but notice Minami's demeanor growing more erratic. Her flushed cheeks and unsteady movements were clear signs that she had indulged a little too much. My gaze followed her as she fumbled with her phone, a determined look etched on her face. I watched, curiosity piqued, as she scrolled through her contacts before landing on a specific name. With a drunken determination, she pressed the call button. I broke out of Senku's hold and was about to stop her calling Tsukasa, but he answered after 3 ringtones. "Hey, it's me," she slurred, her voice filled with a mixture of confidence and vulnerability. "I just wanted to tell you how much you mean to me. Like, seriously, you're amazing." I couldn't help but feel a mix of concern and amusement as I listened to her intoxicated ramblings. Her words, though garbled, carried a raw authenticity that only inebriation could unveil. It was a glimpse into her unfiltered emotions, laid bare in that moment. "You know, I've always admired you. Your strength, your passion, it's just incredible," she continued, her voice tinged with a hint of wistfulness. "I wish things were different. I wish we could be more." I watched as she swayed slightly, struggling to maintain her balance. Her words spilled forth like a river, unencumbered by inhibitions or second thoughts. It was as if the alcohol had lifted the barriers guarding her heart, allowing her true feelings to surface. As the call drew to a close, Minami's tone shifted, her voice filled with a mix of resignation and longing. I guess I should go. Before I say something I'll regret. But just know, you're special to me, always." With a sigh and a somewhat unsteady hand, she ended the call and stared at her phone for a moment, not long after her eyelids drooped, and with a soft sigh, she drifted into a deep, alcohol-induced slumber. The phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor, Tsukasa's voice asking her, "Where are you?" before fading into silence. Before I could react, Senku, ever the attentive observer, picked up the fallen phone. He glanced at the screen, then turned to me with a bemused expression while answering Tsukasa, who sounded frantic on the other line. "They were just outside, for God's sake." "It seems Minami was trying to contact you," Senku informed him, a hint of amusement in his voice. "She's already asleep due to drinking too much?" Yeah, we're in the kitchen." A moment later, he put down the phone beside a sleeping Minami. He turned to face me and said, "He'll come pick her up. We need to go, lioness." "But how about Minami?" I asked, my words lacing with concern. "I'll look after her," Ryusui said as he took another sip of his wine. "You will? Oh, thank." Unable to continue what I have to say, Senku abruptly took hold of my hand and pulled me outside. We found ourselves in the hallway, and in a swift motion, I yanked my hand away and brought us to a sudden halt. "You're rude, Senku." "He was about to confess his feelings for you. I don't see anything wrong with interfering." He uttered those words while inserting a finger into his ear and blowing air to clear it. I glared at him with storms in my eyes. "That's still rude, Senku. He's my friend, so what if he did? You don't know anything." I crossed my arms at him. "I don't understand the need for you to look this angry over a simple thing. Do you like him?" I could perceive the irritation reflected on his face, as if my words had struck a nerve. "You know what? I'm done. It's better if we part ways and go home separately. I can't bear being in your presence any longer." "Well, I'm not done with you, Kohaku." He leaned in closer, his gaze locked with mine. It was an intimidating sight, but I refused to back down. I met his intense stare with equal determination. With just a meter or less between us, I couldn't ignore the intense energy radiating from his eyes. It felt overwhelming, and I realized I couldn't continue like this. His eyes seemed to burn with an untamed fire. "Running again, are we? You've been ignoring my calls and messages, leaving me in a state of confusion. That's why I look around to find you. And now, with that playboy getting close to you, what do you expect me to do? Just sit back and watch as he tries to make a move? You're my wife, Kohaku." "Correction, Senku, fake wife." I rolled my eyes in annoyance and turned away, intending to leave the hallway. As I did, I sensed his attempt to reach out and grab my hand, but I quickly pulled it away, giving him an irritated glare before resuming my stride. I spotted Tsukasa walking in the opposite direction. I decided to catch up with him. I couldn't help but appreciate his effortless sense of style. With his hair neatly tied back and his laid-back yet fashionable denim polo outfit, he exuded a sense of confidence and ease that left a strong impression on me. Pushing aside any thoughts of complimenting his looks, I shook my head. The sound of Senku's approaching footsteps signaled that he had finally caught up to me. "Tsukasa," I called out, but Senku's voice stopped me. "Let them deal with it, Kohaku." My gaze followed him as he made his way towards the kitchen. Curiosity piqued within me, wondering what might be transpiring between him and Minami. Feeling a bit lightheaded, I let out a sigh and decided to head home. "Kohaku, wait, the car is this way," he exclaimed, gripping my wrist firmly near the location where we had parked earlier. "I can manage." Feeling all mixed up in my head, I suddenly felt uneasy. I quickly pulled my hand away, opened the car door by myself, and stopped him from trying to help. I decided to sit in the back seat instead of next to him in the driver's seat, just to create a bit of space between us for now. "I want us to talk, Kohaku. This can't go on like this," he said. Instead, I chose to ignore him. I tried to act calmly. I'm too tired to get angry. As I settled into the back seat, I caught him sneaking glances at me through the rearview mirror. The pounding in my head grew stronger, a reminder of the multiple glasses of wine I had earlier. Despite my drowsiness, I made a conscious effort to hide it. I responded by rolling my eyes at him and then shifted my focus to the side, trying to make out the road ahead despite the darkness hiding any visible sights. Throughout the ride, he remained silent. Once we arrived at the estate, I didn't wait for him to exit the car. Thankfully, I had the house keys with me. I started to head towards the staircase to make my escape, but he intercepted me just as I was about to turn. "Wait, Kohaku." He grasped my wrist tightly, his anger palpable in his tone. "I apologize if I've ever upset you, Kohaku. I'm just worried." "I'm not a child anymore, Senku. There's no need for you to worry." He turns to face me, a hint of anger now visible on his face. "If I hadn't intervened, what were you planning to answer him, huh?" I'm well aware that he'll use that against me, but honestly, I don't care. "Ha, so what if I told Ryusui the truth? It doesn't matter to me anymore. This whole situation between me and this man is completely one-sided anyway." "Let me remind you something, Senku. Remember, this whole thing between us is just for appearances, right? I almost applauded you earlier for how good of a liar you are. Our relationship isn't real. Why should it matter if I flirt or talk to another guy, even if he's just a friend?" His anger was evident in his eyes, almost bloodshot with frustration, and he didn't bother to hide it. Unable to endure his presence any longer, I swiftly ascended the stairs and sought refuge in the sanctuary of my room. I could sense his presence, the feeling of him following closely behind me. "Doesn't mean what we had isn't true, you'll just." "What about you, Senku? You have your girls, Luna, your girlfriend, and whoever that Chisato is. You never heard me complaining, right?" I was on the verge of entering my room because I'm too worn out mentally and emotionally. His voice pierced through the air. "Chisato is merely a colleague. And how many times do I need to reassure you? Luna is not my girlfriend. I haven't entered into any relationship with anyone before you. I am not involved with anyone else because I am married to you, Kohaku." It just gets too much sometimes. I started asking myself if I deserved this, if he deserved me. "Enough, it's not like we're married for real. I don't want to waste my energy on this." I responded dismissively, ready to turn my back on him and shut the door in his face. "What if I were to tell you that this goes beyond just being married on paper? If that's all it means to you, then so be it. But to me, it means so much more," he said, his voice reaching my ears as I remained oblivious to his approaching presence. Suddenly, a pair of arms enveloped me from behind, his face grazing against my neck and shoulders. A wave of warmth washed over me, as if an electric current surged between us. In moments like this, his arms felt like a perfect puzzle frame to all of my broken pieces. What is he talking about? What the hell is this? Are you kidding me? I've always thought it was impossible for you to like me or even love me. You even presented me with that contract, which made me believe that all my feelings for you were one-sided. I expressed while my tears were on the verge of falling. "I must be that untrustworthy if you think I am joking." He whispered, unaware that his breath caressed my skin, sending a delicate shiver down my spine. It was a sensation both familiar and exhilarating, yet I remained steadfast, refusing to let on how much it was affecting me. He pivoted me around, positioning us face to face. I tightened my fist, attempting to process the overwhelming flood of emotions. "Can you logically and rationally explain if that's even possible?" I asked. He closed his eyes, seemingly deep in contemplation over my words. "Wait," he said, pointing at himself. "First and foremost, is there a logical construct when it comes to loving someone?" "I never even considered a scenario in which you could love me," I exclaimed, frustration lacing my words. His expression shifted to one of contemplation, placing one hand on his waist. "You've always lived illogically, so why are you looking for a logical answer in this situation?" he retorted, his words reflecting his pensive state. "Anyway, nope, I can't." I pushed him away and bowed my head. I refused to be naive. I've been that girl years ago, and what did it bring me? Pain. I refused to lock eyes with him. A tempest of emotions raged within me, ready to burst forth like an unrestrained storm. Yet, I concealed the turmoil brewing inside me, concealing how deeply his every word resonated with my heart. "I don't want to admit it, but I'm really hurting. It's painful. I don't blame anyone. I'm blaming myself for being so stupid, for being so vulnerable, no matter how hard I try to be strong. I would always go weak in the eyes of the only man I probably ever fell in love with. For a whole month of us being together, I managed to let go of the anger I had been holding onto for 8 long years. I even forgot about how you walked away from me after I poured my heart out to you." He gently lifts my chin and locks eyes with me, gently caressing my cheekbone with his fingertips. Just his gentle touch sends shivers down my spine, making my entire body quiver. "I'm really sorry if I made you jealous at some point. I messed up by getting you into this marriage without knowing for sure if you loved me. I admit I've been selfish, mostly thinking about what I wanted. I thought being with you would make me happy and give me a sense of purpose, but I didn't really think about how you felt." His touch grazed my cheeks, wiping away the tears that trickled down. However, I swiftly brushed his hand aside and took it upon myself to wipe away my own tears. His expression transformed into one of dejection as he uttered, "What if I were to confess that even after all these years, it's still you, Kohaku?" I was speechless in the face of his confession. "I never regretted loving you. I would never change even just a single second out of it. Maybe if there's something that I wish I could change, it would be how you suddenly drifted away without giving me warning signs that I'm about to face a wreckage that would take too long in mending. So, what kind of image do you have of me for you to keep doubting my?" I gritted my teeth. Lately, the voices in my head are louder than our arguments. I want to love him passionately, but my fear keeps coming back. My tides were getting higher, and I submerged deeper from time to time. I am afraid I can't love him right when I am sad. I'm someone who lives by my own whims. Do you really? What do you find something to love about me? Is it merely convenient because we're bound by a contract? Do you see me as someone easily taken advantage of? I averted my gaze from him, overwhelmed by a wave of sadness that engulfed me. "Do you honestly believe I would do this out of convenience? That I am leveraging the knowledge of your past feelings for me against you?" He leaned closer, his gaze locked onto mine, as if delving into the depths of my soul. Taking hold of my hand, he pulled me closer, his intense gaze exuding a magnetic pull that made my heart skip a beat. "Allow me to pose a question in return. What drew you to me in the first place? What made you believe you could step into my world, despite knowing full well that we were not compatible?" His question took me by surprise, causing my eyes to widen in response. Feeling a sudden nervousness, I averted my gaze and anxiously nibbled on my lower lip. "Your face was my type back then," I confessed, my voice carrying a hint of embarrassment. "That's it?" he inquired, his tone implying dissatisfaction with my response. Did he really not realize how many girls were infatuated with him, even back then? It only served to reinforce my perception of his arrogance. "What do you mean that's it? Of course it matters. Do you have any idea how rare a man like you is?" I confidently retorted, observing his speechless expression with a sense of satisfaction. "And after spending time with you, I realized that beneath your seemingly arrogant exterior, you possess a good personality. You're intelligent, neat, kind, and have good manners. All of these qualities made me want to pursue you, despite your aversion to romance. But the mere thought of you..." I couldn't hold back my emotions any longer. I bit my lip, covering my face as tears streamed down, my voice trembling with anguish. Just the thought of you liking and loving someone other than me not only infuriates me, it also shatters my heart in a way no one else could. I had no idea you harbored such deep feelings for me, he sighed, his forehead gently resting against mine as I continued to shield myself, attempting to stifle my sobs. How can someone like you, who leads such a simple life, possess such complex thoughts? You could have simply said you had fallen in love with me, and we wouldn't have had to go through this chase. With a forceful gesture, he pulled my hand away from my face and bit my knuckles gently, locking his eyes with mine. I, for one, really liked you even back then. You are my cosmic muse, the source of inspiration that fuels my heart's desires, he confessed. A wave of warmth washed over me, causing my cheeks to blush, revealing my vulnerability and pleasant surprise. What's this? I thought you were crying, but your face is simply flushed, he teased, a smirk forming on his lips. He continued to part my hands away, granting himself access to press a tender kiss on the nape of my neck. Then, he embraced me tightly, as if afraid that I might slip away at any moment. Wrapped in his arms, I felt the comforting cadence of his heartbeat, calming my inner turmoil and temporarily quieting my worries. When I still said nothing, his voice hushed. You've turned awfully quiet just now. What is it that you want, lioness? He brushed his mouth with a warm breath tickling my earlobe. Let me tell you something you don't know. It feels nostalgic seeing you with other men. I still remember the rush of adrenaline that's making me hard to think whenever I see you with those bastards. But this time, it's different. His lips were now against mine. As he pulled me close by my waist, I couldn't resist and kissed him back, my initial objections crumbling away in his presence. Our mouths met with passionate urgency, conveying the mutual desire for more. His strong arms embraced me tightly, bringing our bodies closer, as his mouth fervently captured mine. With each step towards my door, we pushed our way into the intimate space of my bedroom. Against the door, his lips pressed against me, inviting my tongue to join in a frenzied dance fueled by intense longing, to feel, caress, taste, and ignite a fiery passion. Should we really continue like this standing up, Senku? I whispered teasingly in his ear. Before he could turn to face me, I noticed a blush spreading across his cheeks. He swiftly grabbed my arms and pinned them against the door, but I managed to free myself from his grip. Expressing my concern, I playfully added, Senku, I'm afraid I might lose my balance and stumble. I feel a bit lightheaded. He responded with a mixture of laughter and complaint, his breath against my neck resembling a suppressed groan. I still can't comprehend how you effortlessly mix the right and wrong words, my lioness, he murmured. Just as I was about to respond to his use of the term, lioness, I felt him lifting my skirt. He pushed me closer and closer until the edge of my bed pressed against the back of my legs. His attention shifted from my mouth to my eyes and back again in an almost hypnotic manner. He whispered my name, Kohaku, so softly that I questioned if his lips even moved. Before I could react, his hand left my face and gently threaded through my hair, coinciding with his lips fiercely colliding with mine. As his body slid on top of mine, the intensity of his kiss intensified instantly. It was deep, dominating, and carried an unfamiliar depth of emotion. There was something in his kiss that had never been present before, a profound sense of feeling. We were both left breathless as our mouths reluctantly separated, yet the desire to undress each other consumed us. With his assistance, my dress gracefully slid off, and I eagerly reciprocated by helping him with his buttons. As we stood there, naked and exposed, I could see the hunger in his eyes gradually unveiling with intense fervor. I absolutely love how you look in this dress, but it's time to take it off, he murmured above me as his hands began their journey above my breast. Senku, I absent-mindedly murmured, my voice transforming into a moan as his thumbs ignited a surge of passion within me. Shifting under his weight, I continued, Can we? As you wish, he interrupted, capturing my mouth once again. But first, he murmured against my skin, trailing his mouth down my neck to lavish attention upon my breasts. I squirmed beneath him, feeling his wet kiss on my navel before he continued his descent, moving further downward. Taken aback by the unexpected intimacy, I momentarily found myself at a loss for words. Our eyes locked, and a mix of surprise and delight sparkled in my gaze. It was evident that he was aware of the impact he had on me and took pleasure in it, his lips forming a mischievous smile. Little did I know that each encounter with Senku would surpass the previous one in intensity. The last time was etched into my memory forever, while this experience became something I yearned to relive endlessly. As his mouth fervently explored every pulsating contour and curve, my desire for more intensified. He skillfully guided me to the pinnacle of pleasure, and I felt an overwhelming urge to tear away the confines of my own bedsheets as I succumbed to a euphoric abyss of silky ecstasy. With my forearms shielding my eyes, I struggled to catch my breath, my exposed chest rising and falling rapidly. The sensation of his gentle touch on my thighs allowed me a moment to recover, while my other hand entwined in his hair, seeking solace. His words stayed with me, leaving a profound impact on my thoughts. I couldn't help but wonder about their true meaning. Did they suggest his longing for a real commitment, his desire to have me as his wife? For 8 long years, I vanished without a trace, and we were separated for the entirety of that time. If he truly loved me back then, it meant I had inflicted pain upon him when I left. He's still in the dark about why I disappeared without a word. It's time for me to come clean and reveal the truth. But am I ready to delve back into the past, to face all those emotions and memories once again, even if it means reliving the pain as if it just happened yesterday? I'm prepared to do it if it means starting afresh. Tears gathered in my eyes, and before long, a sob escaped my trembling lips, causing my shoulders to shake. The weight of the time lost between us felt overwhelming. Suddenly, Senku reappeared above me, gently urging my arms away from my face. As I opened my eyes, I found myself captivated by his crimson gaze, which seemed to possess an irresistible magnetic pull, drawing me into a fiery and mesmerizing abyss. The moon's soft glow cascaded through the windows beside my bed, casting a gentle illumination that created subtle shadows and accentuated the delicate features of his face. Amidst the blurry vision, I detected a hint of concern etched on his features. "Kohaku, did I hurt you? What's wrong?" With a mere shake of my head, tears continued to stream down my cheeks. It felt as though my heart was enveloped by a comforting flame. Senku appeared vulnerable, his eyes betraying a sense of panic and fear. He didn't need to carry that burden. He didn't have to live in constant apprehension, fearing that he had done something wrong or that he would lose me once more. Desiring to alleviate the worry etched on his face, I extended my hand and gently cupped his cheeks, assuring him with my touch. Then, I wrapped my arms around his neck, drawing him closer until our lips met in a passionate kiss. "Senku, I love you." Though I knew he may not be prepared to hear those words, I allowed my lips to convey the depth of my feelings. Pulling him closer, our bodies moved in synchrony, and I could feel him gradually taking possession of me, each movement filled with tender passion. With each thrust, it was as if a gust of air fanned the flames of our desire. My heart whispered its love to his, a desperate plea that could only be expressed through our fervent kisses. He gently made love to me. His lips delicately kissed away the salty remnants of my tears, imbuing each touch with profound tenderness. Our breaths grew labored, suffused with an intense heat that seemed to smolder endlessly. The passion between us burned brighter and brighter as if an ember had ignited into an unquenchable flame. It felt as though time stood still, consumed by the scorching intensity of our desire. But first, there was the gradual spread of the fire, the searing heat that engulfed our flesh and blood, ascending higher and higher until we reached the pinnacle of ecstasy. As the sun's gentle rays streamed through the curtains, I stirred from my peaceful slumber, slowly becoming aware of everything around me. Opening my eyes, I found Senku sitting beside me, his gaze fixed upon me with an expression of awe and adoration. His usually composed demeanor seemed slightly flustered, as if caught in the moment. "Good morning," he whispered gently. Feeling his intense gaze upon me, I couldn't help but wonder what thoughts occupied his mind as he observed me while I dozed. Lost in my musings, I caught a glimpse of a fleeting emotion crossing Senku's face. A flicker of disappointment, perhaps. I wondered what might be troubling him. Without hesitation, Senku reached out and gently cradled my hand in his touch sending a comforting surge through my veins. "Kohaku," he whispered, his voice a tender melody in the early morning stillness. I shifted my focus to him, our eyes connecting in a silent exchange. "Morning, what is it, Senku?" I asked, genuinely curious. A blend of emotions flickered in his gaze: vulnerability, resolve, and a tinge of regret. "I had something special planned for this moment, but I couldn't wait any longer," he admitted, a hint of disappointment coloring his words. "Unfortunately, I forgot to bring it with me." Placing a gentle hand on his cheek, I whispered, "Senku, whatever it is, it's okay," I said, my voice filled with understanding. "You don't have to worry about anything. Just being here with you is enough." A look of relief crossed Senku's face, accompanied by a clear sense of determination. It was evident that he had come up with a plan. Letting go of my hand, he got up and, clad in just his pants from the previous night, made his way to the desk in the corner of my room. Intrigued, I observed him while covering my body with a blanket as he searched through a pile of papers, his thoughts racing as he folded one of them. A few moments later, he returned to the bed, his hands holding a delicately folded paper origami. "I didn't bring the ring I prepared, but I thought I could make one," Senku explained, his voice tinged with embarrassment. "This ring may not be made of precious metals, but it symbolizes something far more valuable. I can't imagine a future without you, Kohaku. Will you do me the honor of becoming my partner for life?" At that moment, I felt a rush of emotions, a mixture of joy, love, and appreciation for this man who always found a way to surprise me. He held out my hand, my eyes fixed on Senku's as he carefully slid the paper origami ring onto my finger. A blush crept onto my cheeks, rendering me momentarily speechless. In that tender moment, all I could do was gaze into the paper ring, my gratitude and love pouring forth without the need for words. It touched me deeply as it would forever hold a special place in my heart. Senku's eyes met mine, a blend of relief and happiness shining within them. He leans in, gently cupping my face, and we share a tender and passionate kiss. "Kohaku, you've made me the happiest man alive," he confessed, his voice filled with raw emotion. "I loved him so much that when I think about a happy and well-lived future, there's always him and me in it. I believed we could be that wonderful. But we are not, and we will never be." "Do you really think he won't come looking for you? I can sense something is bothering you ever since we arrived here. Did something happen?" Lillian inquired, concerned, as she stood by my side. In the midst of Iceland's perpetual darkness, I discovered comfort in the quietude of the winter scenery. I fully surrendered to its gentle embrace, savoring the crisp touch of the icy air. Assuming a tranquil stance, I let the captivating panorama unfold before my eyes, allowing its enchantment to wash over me. "He won't. We just used each other and I already let him go." Byakuya told me about an observatory nearby that he manages. He often visits me during this time of year. I even invited him, so there's a chance he might come by. I could hear her sighing. A heavy silence hung in the air, and I found myself unable to utter a word. The lingering pain from the past incident still weighs heavily on my heart. Grateful for the comforting presence of a snug scarf wrapped around my neck, shielding me from the harsh winter chill, I concealed the tears welling up, preventing her from glimpsing the tears that threatened to escape. After her impressive performance at Tokyo Dome in Japan, Lillian invited me to join her on a trip to Iceland. I made the decision to keep Senku unaware and embarked on the journey alone, bringing my suitcases as I planned to go back and settle permanently in my family's residential house in California in a few days. Nestled amidst the majestic mountains and sprawling horizons, her house in Iceland offered a serene haven where one could bask in the awe-inspiring beauty of the northern lights. Lillian and I sought solace in this breathtaking setting, allowing herself to recharge before venturing back to California for an upcoming music awards ceremony. Even though it wasn't my original intention to share this information with her, considering she's my only family remaining, I believe it's only right to be open and trust her with everything that's currently unfolding in my life. "I think it's time I opened up to you, Kohaku," she said, rising from her chair and adjusting her warm winter attire. With a graceful sweep, she pushed back her hair that was tousled by the gusts of wind from the nearby coast. "After your father passed away, I stepped up and took care of organizing everything they left behind for you. I didn't tell you this at the time because I could see how down you were and knew you needed time to heal. I know Senku had something to do with getting your family's properties, and I had a feeling you married him for that reason. When he asked me about your parents, I decided not to say anything and figured it would be better for you to talk to him about it yourself. He understands and respects that. Did you get a chance to talk to him about what happened with your family? No, I didn't, I replied, my voice tinged with hesitation. Look, Lillian, we were bound to break up, so there's no point in telling. I already filed for divorce. Our whole charade is done. If it weren't for my family, I wouldn't even consider returning to Japan. Oh dear, I hope you consider this carefully, Kohaku. I understand how selfless you can be, your deep love for your family, and the guilt you carry, but leaving Senku will only bring you eternal sadness. I decided not to tell him because deep down, he made me realize something when I heard his words that day. It hurt me so much, as though instead of quickly judging him why he said those, I have no choice but to shield myself from whatever was coming. If we were truly meant for each other, it shouldn't be this difficult, right? Every route would have led me to him. But why does it seem like there's an obstacle, even when he was so close? Maybe this indicates that it's a dead end for us, and we're simply not meant to be together. My gaze fixed upon the mesmerizing expanse of the night sky, the northern lights painting a breathtaking tapestry of colors above me. The ethereal dance of vibrant hues unfolds, captivating my senses and stirring a mix of emotions within my heart. I stand here, a witness to nature's grand display, but also a witness to the memories that refuse to fade. Each shimmering beam feels like a gentle touch from the past, caressing my spirit and reminding me of the memories we once shared. In this moment of awe and melancholy, I find myself embracing the sorrow and cherishing the memories. The northern lights continue to dance above, a reminder that I can't cross him out of my memory. He's still here and still holds that solemn place in me. It's just I can't stay there too long. I still remember how difficult it was, that if I ever need to let go of him, I will release him, even though it hurts. Maybe I just need a little ache sometimes, because without it, I know I will never ever have any valid reason to leave. As tears flowed down his face, he sat there and I left, and that's how our story came to an end. TG Thagod 37. It's time to go. Are you sure you'll come back for dinner later? Lillian asked me while we're preparing the dinner table. Of course, I'll just take my sweet time to admire the snowy sandy beach outside, Auntie. Her eyes sparkled when I called her that and smiled after. I'm worried. I feel like you are avoiding the dinner we will have with him and his father later. Why would I? Although I am nervous about it later, this isn't the first time we'll dine together with Senku and his father. It's just after leaving him, I am still trying to get better. I am now giving myself the chance to get back to square one. Everything seems new now that he's not here. You know your friend Minami, and Jen called me to ask how are you faring here. Do you want me to? I'm fine, I promise I'll be there. Are you sure? I mean, I would understand if you won't come. We could have our own. She's such an angel, I smiled to assure her. It's true that things between us ended, but that doesn't change my commitment to you, Auntie. I made a promise, and I intend to keep it. No matter how awkward or uncomfortable it may be, I will face Senku and his father, just as I promised. Okay, dear, thank you. I'll be expecting you. Please do. As I strolled along the sandy, snowy shores of the Icelandic beach, my footsteps leaving imprints in the pristine landscape, a mix of emotions washed over me. The beauty of the scene around me was both captivating and haunting, much like the memories I held of Senku, whom I had regretfully left behind. In the aftermath, I find myself speechless and overwhelmed. Tears flow from my eyes, trickling like salt into my ears. Ever since then, everything I touch becomes sick with sadness, because it's all over now, drifting away into the vast expanse of the sea. Gazing up at the mystical lights overhead, I couldn't help but imagine Senku's passionate eyes and his infectious smile. The memories flooded back, overwhelming me with a bittersweet mix of longing and regret. The past few weeks have been filled with unexpected moments. There have been times when I would wake up to find different types of flowers next to me, or Senku would eagerly share his latest experiment, explaining everything in great detail while I struggled to comprehend. Nonetheless, I couldn't help but be amazed by his skills and the final results he achieved. Whenever he had some free time, we would go biking together amidst the beautiful flower farms, relishing in the simple joys of our friendship. Like carefree children, we would laugh and enjoy ourselves until one day, Senku accidentally fell face first into the mud, which brought a good laugh, something I haven't done in a long time since Ruri was gone. However, the amusement didn't last long, as he retaliated by throwing something at my dress, leaving me irritated. In response, I playfully threw mud back at him, resulting in both of us being completely covered in mud by the time we returned home. Turquoise, observing our antics, simply shook her head at us that night. As I sat beside Senku's bed, engrossed in the pages of his favorite science fiction books, a sense of warmth and familiarity washed over me. The stories transported me to distant worlds, sparking my imagination and connecting me to his passions. It was in those quiet moments, surrounded by his cherished literature, that I found solace and a deeper understanding of him. Many nights I would find myself drifting off to sleep in his room, the comfort of his presence enveloping me. As I lay there, I would steal glances at his peaceful face, illuminated softly by the moonlight streaming through the window. The sight of his features, so calm and serene, filled my heart with a tender affection. In those stolen moments, a gentle curiosity would arise within me. I wondered if, in the mornings to come, I would be blessed with the same experience, the opportunity to witness his awakening, to see the drowsiness fade from his eyes, and to witness the first smile of the day. As I thought about what lay ahead, a mix of hope and uncertainty filled my mind. Will I have the opportunity to see those peaceful mornings and cherish those special moments in the next days to come? I had a mix of emotions inside me, a combination of longing and understanding. I treasured the moments of reading together, feeling the coziness of his room, and appreciating the sight of him peacefully asleep. As I gently closed the book, I made a silent promise to myself. I would carry these memories forward, treasuring them as a testament to what we had. And if fate would allow, I hoped that the mornings to come would hold the same wonder and awe as those I had cherished before. Savoring a cup of tea, derived from the leaves grown in my mother's garden, I found myself captivated by the blossoming flowers that adorned the landscape. Their beauty served as a catalyst for memories to resurface. Turquoise had informed me that Senku would be in the city for an important board meeting. He had promised to return and advised me to wait for him to have dinner upon his arrival in the evening. There are moments when I find myself feeling bored. Originally, I had intended to work at Ryusui's company, but Senku granted me permission not to do so. Instead, he entrusted me with the responsibility of overseeing and caring for our flower farms. Anxiously glancing at the clock on my phone, time seemed to pass by at a sluggish pace while I awaited Senku's return. The more I fixated on the ticking seconds, the longer each moment felt, as if the day were dragging on indefinitely. Interrupting my mental lull, Turquoise approached me with news that someone was looking for me, abruptly pulling me out of my contemplative state. Before I could inquire about the person Turquoise mentioned, she had already departed. Knowing she and the other workers were occupied with applying organic fertilizers to the crops, I didn't feel compelled to call out to her. Instead, I made my way to the living area, only to be taken aback by the unexpected presence awaiting me. "Hello, Kohaku. It's nice to see you again," she greeted, standing before me in a corporate attire, her makeup meticulously applied as Luna. Although she had matured over the years, her appearance remained reminiscent of how she looked 8 years ago. Strawberry blonde hair framed her face, and her eyes, accentuated by eyeliner, held a hint of fierceness. She made a deliberate effort to project a professional and polished image, but I couldn't help sensing an underlying insincerity. I maintained silence, regarding her with indifference as she extended her hand for a handshake. It wasn't that I didn't feel the need to accept, but my instincts cautioned me against trusting her seemingly lack of sincerity, suggesting that her character went beyond what met the eye. "Senku isn't here. You'll only be wasting your time," I stated plainly. "Oh, my mistake. I'm not here for him. I'm here for you," she replied, striding past me to admire the flower farms before continuing to speak. "So, you married him." Her cold tone permeated every word she uttered. She crossed her arms, shifting her demeanor as she faced me, and stared at me with disdain. "I was almost certain you would never return for good. You ruined our potential future. We were doing fine here. He was opening up to me, and then you came along. Now, tell me, did you marry him because you want your properties back, right? How long is this facade going to last? I want you to tell me, Kohaku." I married him because we love each other, plain and simple. Besides, I don't want to waste my time talking to you. I'm leaving, I retorted, striding past her with determination. However, before I could make my escape, someone tugged at my sleeves, causing me to pause and glance back with a furrowed brow. To my surprise, her eyes were filled with tears, and she gritted her teeth while clutching her chest. Her complexion gradually turned pale and frail, signaling that something was amiss. A mix of concern and anger swirled within me, creating a tumultuous blend of emotions. A part of me yearned to rush to her aid, extend a helping hand, and ensure her well-being. Seeing her in such a state reminded me of Rory's frequent bouts of fainting during her treatments before her untimely demise. Are you all right? I asked, worry etching on my voice. Luna's eyes fluttered, her breath shallow as she leaned on me for support. Her condition seemed serious, and I could sense the urgency in the situation. My mind raced, trying to comprehend the cause of her to look like this. We need to get you help, I urged, my voice filled with concern. Carefully, I guided Luna to a nearby bench, intending to assist her, but she abruptly pulled away, refusing my aid. I don't need your help, she retorted, her words dripping with resentment directed squarely at me. A mix of frustration and a twisted satisfaction washed over me. While part of me relished the idea of withholding assistance, I still felt a sense of responsibility. I called out to Turquoise, instructing her to bring water. I offered her a glass and observed as she retrieved medication from her bag and proceeded to ingest it with a sip of water. Why did you come here, Luna? I inquired, wanting to understand her motives. I'll tell you something you don't know. The moment I laid eyes on you, I could sense there's something between you and Senku. I believed it was because you were more popular than me, and I was convinced that you were using him to enhance your own popularity. I resented you for it, thinking that Senku, being kind and responsible, would never be interested in someone as reckless and irresponsible as you. He had always been supportive of me, helping me excel in my studies. He treated us with politeness and was always there as a reliable friend. But deep down, I was fooling myself and knew there was something more between the two of you. I never liked you, and I often found myself trying to distance myself from you because others would compare us. However, I didn't care much about those comparisons since I never liked you to begin with. I wanted to set myself apart from you because I wanted to excel in something Senku was passionate about: science. In contrast, you seemed more focused on flirting and seeking popularity. I saw you as someone who had no interest in studying, but I chose to take a different path, hoping that Senku would eventually notice me and we could meet halfway. I saw how she clenched her fist on the table before she uttered her next words. Even after I confessed my feelings for him, he was polite in saying no to me and promised we will remain as friends. That nothing will change. However, on that fateful afternoon, as I caught a glimpse of him looking on a nearby cave, I witnessed something in his eyes, a tinge of jealousy. You and your friend Jen were seated by the window, engrossed in conversation, while he held your hand and wiped away your tears, giving the impression that there was a deeper connection between you two. There's always that familiar flicker in his eyes every time he's near you. He has this habit of talking and just staring at you, whether you're sitting a few tables away from us or walking outside near the science laboratory with your sister or friends on the school quadrangle. I was full of envy and jealousy, thinking you bewitched him, but then you disappear from his life one day. So I take it upon myself to comfort him. It seems those were the darkest days of his life. He was lost and all alone. But it didn't last long. I think something may have happened between you two. It made him antagonistic. It made him cold to the point he'll keep his distance and will do everything to silence and to keep everyone out around him. Isn't it comical? You came back never knowing all the pain you put him through. It was so easy for you to disconnect from him as if you didn't have history. How do you ever do that? To leave everything behind and never turn your back to check if it's all right for you to cause him pain from you leaving? Her accusation hit me like a wave, washing over me with a mix of confusion and hurt. I had never intended to come between Luna and Senku, but it seemed that in her eyes, I was the culprit who had taken him away from her. You still invade his entire being, still have that wave that brings him back to the deepest parts of the ocean. You still have that sharpest words that could tear him apart, but I tried to rebuild him. I tried to patch his scars. Please, Let go of the love you decided to throw away just because you're too coward to fight for it. Luna's voice trembled as she spoke, her words laced with desperation. Kohaku, please, she pleaded, her voice strained. You have to break up with Senku. I can't bear to see him with you any longer. My initial instinct was to dismiss Luna's plea, to reject her manipulation. But as I looked into her eyes, I saw a flicker of genuine pain buried beneath the anger. The sickness she claimed to be suffering from added another layer of complexity to the situation. Conflicting emotions swirled within me, torn between compassion and self-preservation. Luna's words struck a chord, fueling my own doubts about our relationship. Was I truly the cause of her unhappiness? Could I be selfishly holding on to something that was causing her so much pain? Taking a deep breath, I stepped closer to Luna, my gaze unwavering. Luna, I understand that you're hurting, but using your illness to manipulate me is not fair, I said firmly, my voice tinged with frustration. If you truly want me to consider your feelings, we need to have an honest conversation, free from ulterior motives. I won't abandon him because of your wishes. I hope you find the strength to move on and find your own happiness as I have. Her eyes widened, a mix of surprise and guilt washing over her features. For a moment, I saw a glimpse of her sad exterior before the bitterness consumed her. I didn't mean to manipulate you, she stammered, her voice filled with genuine regret. I can't stand seeing you with him. I stared at Luna, the weight of her plea sinking into my heart. The anger within me began to waver, replaced by a tinge of sympathy, but I couldn't let myself be swayed so easily. I had my own feelings for Senku, and I couldn't disregard them for the sake of appeasing Luna's desires. Luna's expression hardened, a mixture of disappointment and resentment. She turned away from me, refusing to acknowledge my presence any longer. In that moment, I realized that no matter how much I sympathized with her plight, I couldn't sacrifice my own happiness for the sake of someone else's expectations. With a heavy heart, I walked away, leaving Luna to grapple with her emotions until I got confirmation from Turquoise she walks away crying on her own. After leaving her, along with the revelations she said, a heavy weight of guilt settles upon my heart. I know deep down that Senku suffered emotionally during our time apart, and I can't help but blame myself for it. The thought of him enduring pain and loneliness because of me fills me with a profound sense of remorse. Glancing at my phone, I noticed the absence of messages from Senku. It struck me as odd since he would typically reach out to check on me or share updates about his day. The lack of communication left me feeling unsettled and uncertain. While questions lingered in the back of my mind, I chose to focus on the present. To keep my mind occupied, I called Jen, congratulating him on the recent success of his show. After our conversation, while I am arranging some flower arrangements to display in our living room, a gentle touch on my leg drew my attention. It was Suika. Sister Kohaku, can I ask you a favor? Sure, what is it? I lost my dog somewhere outside on the flower farms, and Dr. Senku told me to bring it to his office once this box arrived. But I need to find my dog. Can you give it to him instead? Senku's back. I wonder why he didn't find and surprise me like he usually do. Okay, I'll give it to him. I smiled at her and pat her head. She fixes her glasses before she strode outside on the foyer. Be careful out there. Tell Jasper to accompany you. I heard a faint, I will from her before she disappeared. I look at the box she gave me. Aren't these medical textbooks? I wonder what Senku's plan to do with these. Not thinking too hard on the subject of what these books might be of use to him, I decided to strode my way toward his office. I'm still a meter away when I heard two voices arguing. A light was searing through Senku's slightly open door from his office. Luna failed. Is this why you marry Kohaku? Why aren't you denying her requests? Is it because she's sick and dying? Is that it? Have you fallen in love with her? I thought you're a scientific prodigy of our generation, Senku. You are rational with every decision and move you make. What happened? I halted in my tracks, my gaze fixated on the partially open door of his office, stealing a discreet glance. It's the first time in weeks since I've seen and heard Chrome, and he seems angry. While Senku had his back looking at the big windows overlooking our flower farms while massaging his forehead. No, Chrome, marrying Kohaku was never part of my plan. My original plan was all about seeking revenge, but... Bullshit, she loves you, which is why she accepted your marriage proposal. She may not have explicitly expressed it to me, but having grown up together, I understand her well enough to see it. I was taken aback, nearly leaping in surprise as I witnessed him heavily slumping his hands on Senku's office table to get his attention. I swear when I see her hurt because of you, I will. The door slammed shut forcefully due to the strong gust of wind coming through his office windows, depriving me of hearing the entire conversation. Chrome and Senku were discussing Luna and our marriage, even mentioning revenge. It all feels like a surreal twist, and I find it difficult to grasp the full meaning behind their words. I want to trust Senku and give him the benefit of the doubt, but something tells me he's keeping something from me. I walked back to the foyer as my gaze fixed on nothingness, lost in the depths. The flowers, adorned with delicate petals and vibrant hues, went unnoticed. My lips remained sealed, unable to form the words that could convey the depth of my pain, unable to shed tears due to the burning anger within me. I stared at my table for a few minutes. Time, before standing up and making a decision. I am not a girl who can handle so many feelings all at once. Is this why Luna begged me to break up with Senku? She's already here as he gave her the permission to wait until he could get rid of me in his life. I had overanalyzed his strident changes. I had felt the soothing, palpable truth. It screams right in front of me, telling me to stop pretending I never heard a thing. But I am still not ready. I am still afraid. I know all along that I am about to lose him. I was just hopeful that delaying it a little would soften a little ache. But here, he is now with brutally honest words, and it still hurts the same right from the first time I silently knew about it. All he ever delayed goodbyes. All I ever prolonged sufferings after all. I've always learned to live with the pain, like mosaic broken hearts. When will it be my time to be happy? When will it be my turn? Glancing at my phone, I noticed a message from Lillian, expressing her intention to visit both Senku and me. However, I quickly responded, suggesting that I would instead go to see her. Additionally, a calendar notification caught my attention, reminding me that Ruri's death anniversary will be 3 days from now. Do you think it's about time for me to return to America, Ruri? I've made up my mind. I'll accompany Lillian and settle there permanently, perhaps even paying a visit to her and my parents' graves. Japan is suffocating. I fulfilled my duty of reclaiming our properties, and if all the things Senku said were lies, it would be foolish of me to give him the benefit of the doubt and hold on to false hope. Remembering his heartfelt confession only makes me feel foolish. Perhaps it's time I let him go. I can't love him when I'm constantly filled with sadness. I feel exhausted. Luna was right. I am a coward for not fighting for our love. It was my choice to end things between us in the first place. With trembling hands, I dialed Minami's number. Minami. Unable to hide my sobs, I called out to her with quivering lips. Oh, are you okay? I'm just here at my house with Jen. Did something happen? Can we meet somewhere? Else please, I need to talk to someone. Holy shit, hey Jen, we need to fetch her right now. Give us 5 minutes, Kohaku. I put down my phone after that and told Turquoise to tell Senku I won't be back till dinner. I absent-mindedly returned the flowers to their vases without bothering to arrange them, my mind too preoccupied to focus. I didn't even bother changing out of my black dress and simply hopped into Jen's car. I overheard Minami giving a signal to Jen, directing him to drive us to a secluded spot in the open fields where we could speak without fear of being overheard. Sometimes fate is fickle. You didn't know that it was the day you feared. I sobbed into her arms, and she sat beside me, embracing me tighter. What happened? Kohaku, please. Minami almost cried too. Jen was just staring at me with sadness in his eyes. What happened? The day I dreaded has arrived, I whispered. She pulled me closer, continuing to hold me. I did the same until the tightness in my chest subsided. Now, I sat there in a daze, feeling weak. Let's call Senku, Minami suggested. I shook my head. No, I don't want to invest more feelings. What? Why, Kohaku? Minami looked surprised. I looked up at Minami, meeting her gaze. Senku never wanted to marry me in the first place. He only wants revenge. I think he's been in love with Luna even before I came back, I revealed, mustering a weak smile within my sobs. She was taken aback by my words. I promised Ruri that I would reclaim our properties, but I can't bear to go on knowing all of this anymore. I'm done. Done just like that. Kohaku, are you going crazy? Don't you love him? Minami asked. What's the point of my love for him if I can't sleep at night, Minami? Every night I'm just in pain. Besides, this marriage is fake. It can easily be dissolved. I have grounds. What about Senku, Kohaku? Minami asked. Senku seemed fine before I came back. He'll be fine when I'm gone, I replied. Kohaku, think about it. If I hadn't come back here, we wouldn't have ended up together anyway, right? Luna told me she comforted Senku while I was away and they were getting closer. So if I hadn't returned, they would probably be together by now. And Senku's excuse was his father. I don't know if it's a lie or not. I don't even want to know. Do you get it? I explained. Minami bit her lip, trying to hold back her emotions. If I hadn't come, nothing would have happened. I caused all of this. If I'm not here, I won't be hurt. Senku won't look for me. His life here will continue, but everything happened because I showed up. So now, I'll give everything back to him and ask for nothing more, I declared. Kohaku, she looked at me with fatigue in her eyes. I shook my head, pondering what else I could do. Please, I don't want you to be depressed again. It hurts seeing you in so much pain, you know, Minami said, hugging me tightly in return. The house were silent as soon as I came home. Senku never even bothered to message me the whole day. Was this how we will end, just like that? Is this what they say about the calm before the storm? I locked my door. I won't let him disturb me. Tonight I just want to wallow myself in misery and pain. Bring Senku. I heard the northern lights at my place has a great view, Kohaku. It was also near the observatory. The nights there are fantastic, so many stars in the night sky and all. Plus, since it's January this year, you can see the auroras every night. Ah, it's such a long time since I've had concerts like these, but it's best to have some respite once in a while. I just listened to my aunt ramble about her concert experiences, how her songs were still loved by the people. I stared blankly at the one-way tickets to Iceland and California. Before I found out that he was just using me, I told myself that I would stay in Japan to manage the estate or work. And maybe Senku still needed me when he offered me that contract. But the truth is, I would stay no matter what because I'm holding on to hope that someone would come back to me, that he would come back to me. But now, with everything that has happened, I realize it's better if I'm gone. I won't have to second-guess myself anymore because I'll be far away. I won't have a choice. Do you have any plans the day after tomorrow? I asks him. Chrome is busy managing the company in my stead. It depends if I want to continue my research back in my laboratory. Why? I shake my head at him. I look blankly at my laptop. I cannot stand living with him anymore. If this is going to end, I want to end it right away. I already called my father's lawyer last night to facilitate our divorce papers. I will definitely end this. I can't take another week with him. Nothing. I'll just take a breather, maybe arrange some flowers for the living room. I can sense that he's noticing my coldness. The way he looks at me with curiosity makes me want to apologize to him, but deep down, I know I need space. I need some time alone before I can gather the courage to break it up with him. Hey, are you okay? He asks as I made my way to the door. I nodded him and smiled weakly. I slept late last night, that's all. Don't stress yourself. I apologize if I wasn't able to greet you yesterday. I was busy with work. I was about to wake you up, but you look peaceful asleep. I don't know why his words are pinching my heart. I wonder how many times he looked at me while I was sleeping, vulnerable and unaware. I also contemplate what would be better, to hold on to these memories of him as I move on from his life or simply forget. However, the mere thought of forgetting Senku brings me immense pain. It feels like an unbearable task. He will stay in my memories because he's the only man I've loved like this. I might find someone else someday, but this kind of love is once in a lifetime. I will never love again in the same way, with such intensity. It's a depressing realization. Am I going to hurt Senku? If he really loves me, then I guess I will. It's just 2 months since I came back. He made it 8 years without me. He will be able to endure several more years without me. Especially we haven't been together for long. I saw your ticket. Why are you leaving, Kohaku? I grits my teeth. I looked at him fiercely. Did you rummage through my things? I asked him back. Oh right, he's the master of this household, so of course holds the keys to the rooms in this house. You didn't answer the question, Kohaku. Why are you leaving? He stressed each word, pleadingly questioning why I was choosing to leave. I took a deep breath and turned to face him. He had his elbows resting on the table, with one hand covering his nose and mouth, giving his face a grim expression. It seemed like he was looking right through me. Senku, I had some matters to attend to, didn't we agreed? And it's a one-way ticket. His anger were now evident as his eyes pierced through me. Of course, Senku. You introduced me to your father as we agreed upon. I fulfilled the first condition of our contract, but now I've made up my mind that I don't want to extend our agreement any further than necessary. He stood up as he slumped his hand on the table that created a loud noise booming around the room and had me startled. Damn it all! He now made his way in front of me. Didn't we? He sighs. That night, I already told you. He's unable to continue what he had to say. I thought we had a mutual understanding of how we really felt for each other, Kohaku. His voice pierces through my heart like acid, and the frustration in his tone is inflicting immense pain upon me. I'm trying, Senku, but I don't think this is going to work out. He gazes at me with curiosity, and I can't reveal the truth to him. If I do, we'll only end up arguing, and he'll lie to me like he always does. I'm aware of his connection with her, but I've kept silent out of fear. I dread that if I let him know what I've discovered, he'll seize the opportunity to ask me to let him go. So, I'll take the initiative and end things before he can hurt me with those words. His arms enveloped me from behind, his face nestled against my neck. Without hesitation, I broke free from his grasp and quickly made my way towards the door. As soon as I closed the door behind me, tears streamed down my face and I stood there, crying in front of his door. Leaning in, I could hear the sound of something crashing, but I didn't bother to look into it. My heart raced as I retraced my steps back to my room, desperately trying to calm myself down along the way. It's going to be over, so I don't have to worry about it. Senku remained silent, and we didn't cross paths in the hallways leading up to the day of my departure. It was probably for the best, as I didn't want to cause him any further pain. I couldn't bear to witness the hurt in his eyes. On the day of my flight, I bid farewell to our household staff, and Suika was particularly saddened by my departure. They all assumed I would be staying for good because of my marriage, but I didn't want them to know about the issues between Senku and me. To cover up the truth, I told them that I was going on an extended vacation. After eating for supper downstairs, I prepared to retrieve my suitcases and leave in peace. Opening the door to my room, I was taken aback to find him sitting at the edge of my bed, his head bowed in deep thought. He intercepted me just as I was about to grab my belongings and lifted his head to meet my gaze. Please make me understand, Kohaku. What is the truth? Why are you leaving? I already told you, Senku. We are. Your answers were vague, Kohaku. I saw him held a folder in front of me, showing it to my face where I put our divorce papers. I know you know what's inside, Kohaku. Is this how everything we've been through for you now? You'll just drop it like it's nothing. Senku, come on. I don't want to fight. We started this lie. You know the only thing I want in this relationship and our properties. He stood up and closed our distance. Fear crept in me. I stepped back, but he caught my arm. If that's the case, then what is all of this about? You're jealous of other women. You can even make love to me. Are you just using me for physical intimacy, Kohaku? What is the meaning behind all of this? With enough force, he wants to hold my wrist, but I snatch away my arm before he did. I bit my lip and averted myself from looking further at him. Was that all a lie? Why are you showing jealousy, and what is your intention behind it? For what? Please don't make this any harder, Senku. I saw him bit his lip. His fingers traced along his cheekbones, hoping to alleviate the tension building up within. The rhythmic motion served as a distraction, an attempt to redirect his focus away from the overwhelming urge to cry. Why is this hard for you if it's all a lie? His voice carried a faint trace of pleading, as he fought hard to hold back his tears. It's hard because I care for you. We are friends before, but not in the same way. He caught my arm again, and this time he caught it and made me sit on the edge of my bed. You know very well that our relationship was more than just friends. Why the hell would I have willingly made love to you the night before you left? How could you possibly reject me when we were caught up in the heat of the moment? We just succumbed to the overwhelming passion between us. I had the strength to reject anyone who would behave that way towards me because I firmly believed that we were together. However, you decided to leave me, and now it appears that you're planning to leave me once again. I just enjoyed what's between us, Senku. Nothing more, nothing less. You know all too well the reason I came back. I'll give you back everything, just stay with me for another year. My eyes widen at his offer. Why would he thought that far for me just so I could stay? I know all too well he already has someone he cares about. Does he intend to make me suffer more because I left? It's fine, Senku. I'm not after them anymore. I didn't fulfill the other condition you set for us in the contract, and that is to wait for your rocket to get to outer space. I find it difficult to understand why you would willingly engage in intimate moments with me multiple times, only to decide to leave when you feel like it. That's just plain sex. We're too caught up in the heat of the moment to stop, Senku. I refuse to believe what I'm hearing right now. He ran his fingers gently along his cheekbones, seeking to relieve the mounting tension that was welling up inside him. Fuck. I witnessed him angrily hurling his phone against the wall, its screen glasses sprawled somewhere in the room, causing it to drop right in front of me. As it dropped, the transparent case revealed the back, displaying a treasured Polaroid picture. The snapshot depicted a moment captured during our high school years at the Japanese Cultural Festival. I was dressed in a beautiful kimono, beaming with uncontainable happiness, while he stood beside me in boys' school uniform, wearing a serious and introspective expression. The photo encapsulated the stark contrast in our emotions at that time, and it held a significant memory for me as it marked the moment when I first confessed my feelings to him. I clenched my fist remembering that far-gone memory, and was surprised he still kept it after all these years. Now that I am deciding on leaving, will he still keep it knowing all too well there's a bigger chance we'd never see each other again? Senku clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white as he fought to suppress the rising anger within him. His brows furrowed, forming deep lines on his forehead as he struggled to maintain control. He took deep breaths, inhaling slowly through his nose and exhaling through his mouth, attempting to find a sense of calm amidst the storm of his emotions. "I'm sorry," he said while bowing his head. "I'm never really violent, I just got consumed with anger earlier." Seeing Senku in pain is killing me. I can't believe I managed to keep a straight face during our conversation. I have to let him go. He needs to realize that he needs someone else, not me. I hope Luna will comfort him. I hope she'll give him the love he deserves. I hope she'll be patient. She'll understand. That way, Senku will finally realize that it's her that he needs, not someone who will just act on a whim and leave whenever she feels like it. If you really want to leave, then let me bring you to the airport myself. There's no need, Senku. I already had one of Lillian's bodyguards fetch me. He's here actually. I saw him clench his jaw. It's like he's on his last straw. I insist, Kohaku. You can let him have your things and you ride in my car. Damn it, why is he persistent in begging me? I do not deserve all of it. I bit my lip as I was struggling to cry while clenching my fist. Since I'm leaving and will end this farce, will you sign the divorce papers then? I'll think about it. But we can do that, right? He heaved a heavy sigh. I said I'll think about it. Why are you insisting on doing this? I've reached my limit. I can't continue being with him. It seems that if we spend any more time together, I'll never be able to move on. I'll be imprisoned by my own sorrow. I've made up my mind to let go of reclaiming everything. I trust that you're handling it all well, and I won't push the matter on you any longer, Senku. You can inform your father that I've relocated to America for work. He'll understand, considering my aunt resides there. I've already initiated the divorce process, and you can inform him about our breakup when the timing is appropriate. He took a step closer to me. I could clearly see the impending tears in his eyes. His eyes are bloodshot and his hair is a bit disheveled. He sighed deeply, as if trying to calm himself down. It appears that you have given this a lot of thought, haven't you? He said. I shook my head at him. Isn't this our plan, Senku? I averted my gaze from him, questioning myself where I got the strength to resist what my heart wants. Perhaps it's because I'm foolish, or maybe it's the accumulation of everything I've kept bottled up inside me. We're over, Senku. Please let me leave. I've already filed for divorce. You should know it by now that I don't want to stay. I bit my lip while suppressing my tears. You know what? I planned this all along when I heard you'd come home. Shit, is this where's he's? Don't get this started, please. Why did you betray me like this, Kohaku? It's as if you have no remorse for what you're doing. I expressed my genuine desire to marry you, but now I'm left wondering where I went wrong. I believed we were happy together in the past few weeks, and everything seemed fine. But now, I don't understand why you had to leave. I was really happy when you said yes to my proposal, because you're the only woman I want to spend my life with, Kohaku. My chest constricts at his words. He's determined to show his vulnerability and aren't bothered on hiding anything from me. He chose to knelt in front of me as the gush of tears consumed me too. He hold both my hands and bring it to his lips. He wipes away my tears using his fingers, but I swipe his hand away. He probably felt I want it too, but I don't want to deceive him. I still need to leave, Senku. I'm breaking up with you, you'll find someone else to love, you're still young. My lips trembling at the thought. As a successful individual, you have various of opportunities and choices available to you. Without you, my accomplishments are meaningless, Kohaku. My heart breaks at his words. I simply desire to surrender in my vulnerability. I don't know how to handle this if our conversation goes on. So, now, Kohaku, I want you to be honest with me. I sensed the sorrow in his voice. Do you really want to leave? I nodded him, refusing to look in his eyes. Look at me and answer me properly. I want to hear it. I raise my head to look at him, not bothering to hide the tears forming in my eyes anymore. Yes, Senku. I'll leave you now actually. As a trade-off, you'll assume ownership of the properties in your name. That was your initial desire upon returning to Japan, wasn't it? That's the condition I impose if you want me to acquiesce. Since you're eager for this to conclude, we'll promptly bring it to an end. My eyes widened at his conditions. It can't be. I already told you, Senku. I accept it or leave it. I can't bear being in this place anymore. It only serves as a painful reminder of how heartless you were to leave me. I'm returning everything to you as the rightful heir. I can't stay here anymore either because it'll only remind me of the woman I failed to keep. I did my best to keep you, Kohaku, but I can't stand seeing you unhappy with me. If you really want to leave, I won't stop you. Tears welled up uncontrollably, and I instinctively brought my hand to my mouth, stifling any sound. No pain compares to the realization that this will be the final instance of finding solace in his room, my former sanctuary. This will be the last time I sit or lie on his bed. The last occasion to peruse the books on his shelf or marvel at the breathtaking view beyond his office window. It will mark the end of stepping foot into his room, to sleep beside him, and the last moment to relish the comforting scent of his blankets. I will no longer have the chance to wear his shirt or bask in the comfort of knowing that I once felt incredibly welcomed here. The pain is indescribable. There are no words that can fully capture what I feel except for the word hurt. It hurts because I know that tomorrow will bring a different day, one that will take an eternity to grow accustomed to. I will miss this, I will miss him, and I will miss the life we once shared. But I must move forward. I gathered my courage with each breath, exhaling my fears. It's time to drew curtains closed, and drank my poison all alone. It's time to go. It's all over now, it's not meant to be, so I'll say words I don't believe. Goodbye, Senku. TG Thagod 38. Snow on the beach. With each gust of wind that tousled my hair and stung my cheeks, I couldn't help but feel a deep pang of remorse. The warmth we once shared seemed so distant now, like a fading dream that slipped through my fingers. There are so many lines that I've crossed unforgiven. I just wished I had been honest with him instead of saying goodbye. Above me, the northern lights danced across the night sky, casting an ethereal glow that painted the darkness with vibrant hues. It felt as if the universe itself was reminding me of him, a lingering presence that I couldn't escape no matter how far I wandered. If I could change my past, I would. My life has been filled with blacks and whites. The memories I shared with Senku were precious, but if being together would cause him pain, I would choose to keep my distance. It's better for us to be strangers. I'll be content knowing and loving him from afar, at least he isn't hurting the way I left him. I found myself on the snowy shoreline, surrounded by the chilly winter atmosphere. I looked up, the night sky painted a breathtaking canvas of colors. The dancing auroras, like ethereal ribbons, swirled and twirled above me. Shades of green, purple, and pink weaved together, casting a captivating glow over the frozen landscape. It was as if nature herself had orchestrated a magnificent symphony of light to entertain me. I couldn't help but be awestruck by the sheer beauty of it all. The auroras mesmerized me. The celestial lights seemed to mirror the bittersweet memories that reside deep within me. In their gentle glow, I can almost hear his voice whispering in the wind, his smile my ghost. It is as if the universe conspires to remind me of our love, forever imprinted upon my soul. The snowflakes fell gently from the sky, dotting the sandy shore with delicate patterns. I reached down and scooped up a handful of snow, relishing in its cold touch. Then with a childlike glee, I threw it into the air, watching as the tiny crystals sparkled and shimmered before gracefully landing back on the ground. Leaving footprints behind me, I walked closer to the shoreline, where the waves crashed against the frozen sand. I lay down and took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the invigorating salty air, and closed my eyes for a moment, savoring the serene soundscape. "How are you, Kohaku?" I turn my gaze towards the source, and there he is above me. Chrome startled me for a second, and my eyes widened in surprise of his presence. The soft glow of the auroras illuminates Chrome, creating an otherworldly aura around his shadow. He hovers effortlessly above my head, standing so casually with his hands on his pockets. A wave of relief envelops me as I notice the change in his eyes since the night I confessed the truth about Ruri. He's returned to his usual self, beaming at me just like before. I smile gently and turn my head to meet Chrome's eyes. "Never been worse, but the view above captivates me," I say, my voice filled with a sense of awe and wonder. The auroras create a magical display, painting the night sky with vibrant colors. It looks ethereal as it reminds me of the limitless beauty that exists in our world. Chrome sat down beside me and casually remarked, "You know, in moments like these, when nature shows us its secrets, we find comfort and peace." I nodded, my gaze still captivated by the mesmerizing display above. Indeed, those auroras hold tales of cosmic marvels and unspoken feelings. They remind me of the infinite possibilities that lie beyond our understanding. In this peaceful scene, with the auroras and snowy beach surrounding us, I hope you find serenity and calm, Kohaku, Chrome said. May the auroras dance bring you peace, and may the soothing snowy sands mend your soul. Since when did you become this poetic, huh? I chuckled a bit. Since when did you talk like Senku? I saw him smirk, and I raise my brow at him. I don't quite understand what he says, so I chose to let it go. I reach out my hand on the sky, imagining the tingling energy of the heavens between my fingertips. "Thank you, Chrome," I say, my voice filled with gratitude. His presence reminds me that I am not alone. "It's nothing." Time seemed to stand still as I lay there, taking in the magic of the moment. The auroras continued to dance above me, casting their ethereal glow, while the snowflakes kissed my face. I felt a deep sense of gratitude for being able to witness such beauty and tranquility. I sat up while Chrome sat beside me. "Happy New Year, Kohaku," he greeted with a smile. Little did he know, I had secretly formed a snowball in my hand and playfully tossed it at him. "Aren't we a little too old for this?" he says while wiping the snow off his face. "Happy New Year too, Chrome. It's all in good fun, you were looking a bit too serious to me. So, let loose. What's the harm in that?" I arched an eyebrow at him, but he didn't let it bother him as he kept his gaze fixed on the sky. I dusts off the snow and dusts from me and caught him looking at me. "Aren't you curious why I'm here?" "A bit, so what brought you here?" "Senku's father invited me to join and celebrate New Year's Eve. I happened to be on a business trip here in Iceland. I never expected to see you here, Kohaku." He gazes at me, as if recognizing a familiar presence. "Seeing you brings back memories of Ruri. I'm still grappling with her loss, but I know I'll find acceptance in due time. Your aunt mentioned that her death anniversary is in 6 days, and she thought you might visit her. Would it be all right if I accompanied you?" "Of course, Chrome." "How's married life with Senku? Knowing him, he might be a bit rough, but..." "I'm not with him anymore." I confessed, my gaze fixed on the horizon, a twinge of pain in my chest. Chrome's demeanor changed. He clenched his fists and gripped my shoulders, forcing me to face him. "How could he do this to you? What did he say? I'll talk to him, I'll make him understand. I'll call him right now," he exclaimed, getting ready to step away. However, I halted him by placing my hand on his shoulder, fighting back my tears. No, it was the other way around, Chrome. It was my choice to leave. "Kohaku," he gradually sensed the sadness in my voice. "It's pathetic, you know. I keep getting jealous over something that was never really meant for me. I loved him, and I really wanted him in my life. I used to dream about being together. It feels like I'm right there, so close I can almost taste it, but deep down, I know I have to let him go. Maybe what I did was for the best. Even if I don't really want to, I think I have to do it because I have nothing to offer him. He can't rely on me for love, because I need to learn how to love myself first. My emotions seemed to hang in the air. His usually vibrant and lively demeanor was replaced with a solemn expression. I hugged my knees and observed the waves gently touching my feet while snowflakes fell around us. Kohaku, Chrome began, his voice filled with a mix of vulnerability and empathy. I think I understand why it's hard for you to stay when someone truly loves and values you. Surprised by what Chrome said, I looked at him, eager for more. My curiosity sparked. I've experienced a similar kind of loss, he confessed, his voice filled with a quiet sadness. Ruri meant a lot to me. The moment you told me she's already gone, I was devastated, Kohaku. The pain of losing her still haunts me. The trauma of losing Ruri has left its mark on both of us, Chrome continued, his gaze filled with understanding. It's a pain that runs deep, that lingers within us. That by the time we felt someone loves us, it's easier to distance ourselves from them out of fear of experiencing that kind of loss again. His voice softened as he spoke, his words carrying a gentleness that touched my wounded heart. Kohaku, truth is what you are doing is simply a defense mechanism born out of pain and fear. In that moment, the weight of his words resonated within me. Tears welled up in my eyes as Chrome's words struck a chord deep within me. It was true. I had become accustomed to leaving behind those who cared for me, seeking solace by myself rather than risking the permanence of love. You are an incredible person, Kohaku, Chrome added, his voice filled with sincerity. Even after everything you've been through, you're still here. I'm proud of you for that. His words hit me, and a deep feeling of comfort wrapped around me. With Chrome, I discovered a person who truly knows me and why I did what I did. Sounds of silverwares filled the room. I couldn't help but sneak a quick look at Senku. He was sitting across from me, and our eyes met for a fleeting moment. In that instant, I sensed a strong desire, a longing for what we had lost. But just as quickly, he hid it behind a calm and composed expression. Amidst all of that, Mr. Byakuya, Lillian, and Chrome chatted amiably, their voices filling the room with lively conversation. I frequently stole a glance at Senku, noticing how he occasionally joined their conversation while deliberately avoiding me. His face gave away nothing. It felt like a wall had silently grown between us. We used to understand each other without speaking, but now that unspoken connection felt far away, hidden in an uncomfortable silence. So, Chrome, any breakthroughs in the rocket's propulsion system? I've heard you've been making remarkable strides. I heard Mr. Byakuya asked. I had a team of scientists dedicated for that. We've been putting our brains to work on the rocket's propulsion system, and I'm happy to say we've been making some serious progress. We've had a few breakthroughs that are getting us closer to our goal. It's quite a journey, but we're already seeing promising results. We're still fine-tuning a few aspects, but overall, we're feeling optimistic about the direction we're heading. Fingers crossed for a successful launch in the near future. Chrome exclaimed with genuine excitement. He turned to me and said, Hey, Kohaku, life has been pretty exciting here. I've been exploring the town and its surroundings quite a bit. Have you had the chance to experience any of Iceland's famous sights yourself? He asked. I smiled awkwardly. Yeah, Iceland's scenery keeps surprising me. It's taking some getting used to, but I enjoy living here. Plus, I've been getting involved and helping out in my own little way, so people around here know me. That's great to hear. If you want, I can accompany you. His smile somehow eases my worries a bit. Chrome and Mr. Byakuya attempted to keep the conversation flowing with some technicalities I don't quite understand. I traced the rim of my glass with my fingertips. I'm thinking of the right words to say to him, but every time I looked at Senku, the weight of unspoken words seemed to suffocate me. The fear of being misunderstood or risking further distance between us held my tongue captive. Chrome, always observant, quickly looked between Senku and me, his eyes filled with worry. You know, Lillian, the teamwork and collaboration in this project is truly impressive. Each scientist brings unique skills and perspectives to the table. Mr. Byakuya occasionally glanced at Senku and me while speaking to Lillian. Oh my, I would love to visit there again someday. Hopefully, there won't be any paparazzi following me around. So Senku, what are your thoughts on the next stage of the rocket's development? Any challenges you foresee? Chrome tried to change the subject. Well, we're working on some challenging navigation algorithms at the moment. It's like solving a fascinating puzzle, but I'm confident we'll figure it out. Senku casually mentioned between bites before resuming his meal. The dinner table continued to be filled with lively conversation as Byakuya and Lillian shared stories and laughed, their joy infectious. Chrome chuckled along, enjoying their banter. I found comfort in them to ease what I am feeling. I joined in, sharing my opinions and stories. I stole one final look at Senku, hoping for a glimpse, but he remained distant, deliberately avoiding me and his thoughts hidden behind a calm facade. Just as the conversation reached its peak, Senku's voice cut through the air, bringing an abrupt halt to the lively atmosphere. If you'll excuse me, he spoke, I have some research and work to attend to at the observatory. I'll take my leave now. Lillian and Byakuya exchanged a glance of surprise. Byakuya nodded understandingly, his eyes reflecting a fatherly concern. Of course, Senku. Take care and don't overwork yourself. As Senku stood up from the table, I felt a pang of unease. His early departure, his distant demeanor, it was all too familiar. Without a second thought, I excused myself too, silently following after him. Chrome, ever perceptive about what I am about to do, sent me a knowing smile. His understanding glance spoke volumes, acknowledging and giving me support on what I had to do. The moment I stepped out of the dinner hall, a wave of uncertainty washed over me. The decision to follow Senku had been impulsive, driven by an instinct. Yet now, as I followed him walking through the terrace now filled with snow and the auroras above us, I found myself turning back. Instead, I watched as he gazed at the auroras above, his expression impossible to decipher. He appeared to be lost in his own thoughts. I know he's aware of my presence, he's ignoring me on purpose. Perhaps this is the result of my past actions hurting him, leading us to this situation. Taking a deep breath, I mustered the courage to speak up, my voice trembling slightly. Senku, I hope I didn't overstep or intrude by following you. I just wanted to apologize for everything. He looked at me, his eyes locked with mine, and I could sense the pain in his expression just by looking at me. You don't need to worry, I'll be fine, he reassured, but his voice carried a hint of vulnerability. If you'll excuse me, I want to be alone. Drawing closer, I reached out, gently placing my hand on his arm. I need to talk to you, if you can spare me a little amount of your time, just hear me out. His eyes met mine, and I could see a flicker of sadness behind his usual stoic expression. It was now or never. Senku, I began, my voice trembling with guilt. I didn't meant to process the divorce papers. I know I messed up, I pushed you away, and I hurt you, but I want you to know that I'm truly sorry. He listened in silence, his gaze unwavering, as if searching for the sincerity in my words. I continued, my voice filled with an earnest plea. Senku, please, forgive me, I don't want to lose you. I don't want us to end like this. There was a long pause, the weight of his decision palpable in the air. And then he spoke, his voice tinged with a mix of pain and understanding. You're making it hard for me to leave, you know? He sighs and continues. Just looking at you reminds me of the day I proposed to you. You promised me. You gave me your word. You filled me with hope. You told me the things I needed to hear to take the chance. You made me feel like I was worth it. I was who I wanted. But you shattered that all quite well. You couldn't take it anymore. You turned around and left. You left me and you gave up on us. Tears welled up in my eyes as I fought to find the right words. Senku, I know we've hurt each other. I'm sorry for all the things I've said. They were all lies, because I want to get rid of you right away. I'm so sorry. I need to forgive myself. I need to realize I need to risk something, and there's nothing I can't do to change everything. Yes, I can make amends, and I am willing to make sacrifices for it, but I can't live like this all my life. I'd be wasting this lifetime for the past. I also found out something you never told me. Are you hiding something from me, Kohaku? His voice turned cold. My heart skipped a beat as Senku's words hung in the air, revealing that he knew about the tragedy that had befallen my family 8 long years ago. Shock washed over me, and I turned my gaze towards him. How do you know? I managed to utter, my voice barely above a whisper. He looked at me with intent. He knows. The day after you left, my initial plan was to transfer the ownership of your family's properties to you right away, but Chrome intervened. Senku's expression softened, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Chrome told me, Kohaku, he shared the story of what happened to your family. I'm feeling emotional right now, grateful to Chrome for trusting Senku, yet also experiencing a lingering pain from the memories of that tragic event. A wound that hadn't completely healed, and now it felt fresh and exposed. I am willing to tell Senku everything, but I left and I figured this must have been unfair to him. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you go. If you leave, I'll follow you right away because I don't understand. I want to understand. Tears welled up in my eyes, but I fought to hold them back, determined to remain strong. I never thought anyone else would know. It's been so long. You secured the farm and your estate as well as your properties now that you're married to me. I never really thought about marriage before, but when you returned, I realized I never wanted to let you go again. I wouldn't do this for anyone else. You don't have to push me away, Kohaku. I knew he deserved to understand why I left, so I told him. What really made me decide to leave was overhearing your conversation with Chrome at your office. You said you never had any intention of marrying me. It all clicked in my mind when Luna, just hours before that, begged me to end our relationship because she truly loves you, Senku. I know she told me herself, but let's not dwell on that. He lifted my chin to make me look at him. I looked at him, his eyes were filled with pleading. I never planned on marrying you because I wanted to take things slow, Kohaku. Once I realized that your intention was solely to reclaim what belonged to you, I've decided to use that as an opportunity to make you stay by marrying you. It's illogical on my part, but I took some risks because I couldn't bear the thought of losing you again. I was wrong to have done that. I've been selfish, I know that, but I want to know. I just have to know, why didn't you trust me? My tears welled up my eyes, but Senku's eyes turned fiery, never concealing anger and betrayal in them. We're still young, Senku. I want to live up to Ruri's expectations of me. I made a promise to her to keep it to everyone else. I get myself out of his hold and averted my gaze from him, besides we weren't even together. I'm not sure if you were serious. He bowed his head and held both of my shoulders. I'm sorry, Kohaku. I'm sorry I was vague at that time, you're right, we're still young. I remained silent because it's true, but it's okay. I didn't need him to tell me how much he loves me. That's the last thing I need from him. I'm glad you were, Senku. You love doing science stuffs, and the last thing you desire is to be involved in romantic relationships. That's the Senku I've come to know and love. But still, you managed to let me fall for you, my lioness, all those times you sneak a glance at me at the library, the way you always surprises me with your confessions, and after you confess you like me at the cultural festival. I remember it all. I felt my cheeks warm up at what he said. I don't understand why you blame yourself. Your sister did the right thing. I will do the same if I were in her place. It's also your fault for accepting that invitation, knowing all too well that location is already an abandoned warehouse. The last thing I'd want is to have someone sacrifice themselves for me. Not Ruri, and most especially not you, Senku, but wait, how did you know it was a warehouse? At that time, it was my job as a student council president to preserve the reputation of the school. Those people were caught up in drug-related activities. Ukko discovered them using drugs in the school alley and reported them to the authorities. The girl who orchestrated everything passed away from a drug overdose a year later, while her brothers attempted rehabilitation, but ultimately ended up in a mental facility a few months after that. Chrome told me he looked into them recently, but they were no longer alive. Some met violent ends, while others took their own lives. He casually mentioned, flicking away a speck of dust from his ear on his finger. My eyes widened at what he said. I took my role as the student council president very seriously. I had Ukko keep an eye on any suspicious students on campus on my behalf. I must admit, you got my work cut out for me. It became a bridge for me to notice you more, and it kept me busy, even more so than my research and experiments back then. Now that we're adults, I can see the care and concern Senku had for me when we were young. I just realized how naive I was back then. It's already evident in his actions and the way he looks out for me. Knowing all that, he embraced me tightly, drawing me closer. I could feel his breath against my neck as he took in my scent. I want you to forgive yourself, Kohaku. Those who harmed your sister already got what they deserve. I'll help you with everything. You don't have to be alone anymore because you have me. I'll make anything happen for you. Forgive myself, huh? I remember how Ruri no longer recognized me after the surgeries. At the same time, I embraced the reality that I won't be able to exact my vengeance from those people who harmed my sister. I accepted that there was no way to bring back what was lost, even if I blamed those people. I was traumatized by everything. It left me deeply scarred, but I find solace now in knowing they were punished and they got what they deserved. I'm glad, Senku. Thank you for everything, even though my gratitude was a little too late. He took a deep breath and nodded. I felt him kiss my ear and my hair. So, you left because you think you don't deserve me, and Luna wants me, is that it? She told me that you two grew close during all the years I was away. You're ruthless, but I know your heart isn't made of stone. Eventually, you might consider the idea. Oh, you don't know what my heart is made of, the moment you left me, Kohaku, so how would you know? She said you were close, and I've even heard that you spent the entire day entertaining her at your office. He remained silent for what felt like an eternity. He broke our hug and faced me, heaving a sigh. Kohaku, Senku's voice had a genuine tone to it. I grew closer to Luna because she went through severe abuse from her father, which led to her developing bipolar disorder. Luna is struggling with a manic episode of bipolar disorder, he said gently. During manic episodes, individuals can experience heightened energy, impulsive behavior, and erratic mood swings. It's possible that Luna's recent actions and her request to end our relationship are a result of this. His words left me stunned. I had noticed Luna's erratic behavior, but I had never considered the possibility of a mental health condition. Senku continued, I'm merely supporting her in dealing with her trauma and finding stability, but my feelings for her are purely as a friend. I felt a pang of sympathy. I had no idea, I murmured. It's a complicated story, but I want you to understand that. I hope this clears up any doubts, Kohaku, because even though it's cute to see you being jealous, it can be a bit exhausting at times. He grinned at me. I know, but... No buts, Kohaku. Now that we're here, and I've come clean, I don't want you deciding on your own again like I'm not involved. If you tell me you can't love me, I will leave. It hurts me to see you cry when I'm around. I barely survived the first night we were together after all those years apart. I can't bear to watch you drown your sorrows in alcohol, and I can't handle years of seeing you unhappy. I didn't realize tears were streaming down my face until he gently wiped them away. I buried myself in research, experiments, and work for days, trying to forget the sadness in your eyes during our civil wedding. But I convinced myself that I could eventually make you happy. And you were happy, so I don't understand why you want to leave. I'm really sorry, Senku. I buried my face in my hands while crying my eyes out. If I had known about this, I would have never allowed you to leave Kohaku. I wouldn't have let you go through that damn door just because of your reason. I won't buy that. If you're still feeling guilty about what happened to your sister and family, I will make you forget in my own ways, except leaving you. Senku stepped closer, his presence a comforting anchor amidst the storm of my emotions. You're not alone in this. I also wanted to let you know, you did well, Kohaku, with the 8 years without me. I'm proud of you. His words touched a deep part of my soul, offering solace and understanding in a way I hadn't expected. It was as if he saw beyond the warrior facade I wore and acknowledged the pain I carried within. I took a deep breath, finding strength in Senku's unwavering support. Thank you, Senku. Thank you for understanding. I loved you before, and my love for you has only grown stronger during the time we've been together. I've fallen in love with the new version of you. You have changed a lot. My feelings have changed as well, especially after learning all of this. Now, I want to know, do you love me, Kohaku? He touched my cheek softly, and I held his hand against my face. I nodded in response. I love you, Senku, I said, gazing at his mesmerizing red eyes, which had always captivated me. He slightly bowed his head to let our eyes meet at the same level. And I will never leave again even if you push me away. I smiled at what he said. I'll never do that again. You have a history of keeping your promises, Kohaku. The last time you made one, you left me. He sighed, Kohaku, I'm not giving up on us, but there are still some important things I need to take care of. Can you give me the time and space for that? A mixture of relief and determination flooded through me as I nodded, tears streaming down my face. Yes, Senku, I'll give you the time you need. Just promise me that you won't completely walk away. Promise me that you'll come back to me, even if it's just as friends. He squeezed my hand gently, his touch grounding me in the moment. I promise, Kohaku, unfortunately for you, I'm not content with being just friends. As I stood there, Senku took out a small box from his coat, then pulled out a ring in it. The rarest blue diamond adorned it. Looking back, my life has been emotionally abusive to me, and time can't stop me quite like he did. I gently looked at him. I've held on to this ever since you left 8 years ago. My intention was to present it to you the day after our graduation, but circumstances led to your leaving. However, I won't let another opportunity slip away without giving it to you. Suddenly, Lillian's squeals filled the hallway, spreading her infectious excitement. It caught our attention, and I turned to look in their direction. She looks happy for me. Mr. Byakuya had a big smile on his face, his eyes gleaming with happiness. Chrome cheered for us. I looked back to Senku. No one else matters to him as he solely kept his attention all on me. The enchanting auroras continued to dance above us, illuminating his features. Earlier when I thought about it, this seems impossible that he would want me again, especially after the terrible things I have said and done to him. Yet, he remains by my side. In this instant, I knew that I had found my soulmate, someone who understood and cherished me for who I truly was. With him by my side, I felt an unshakable sense of peace and contentment. Senku and I find ourselves utterly entranced by each other's eyes, falling together like snow gracefully landing on the beach below. He took my hand in his. I felt a soft flutter of excitement in my heart. Our eyes locked, and I could see the certainty in his gaze. With a steady hand, he carefully slid the ring onto my finger, his touch both tender and electrifying. This moment felt surreal, as if time had slowed down just for us. A smile played at the corners of my lips as I gazed at Senku, the man whose presence had brightened my life in a new way. I leaned in to kiss him, catching him by surprise. He quickly responded, pulling me close by my waist, and everything else faded away. I can't help but feel lucky that he loves me unconditionally, embracing me for who I truly am. I wish I could see myself through Senku's eyes, his point of view, to understand why he loves me and why he cherishes me, flaws and all. As I entered our old family home in California, a wave of nostalgia washed over me. It had been months since my last visit to this place. This place used to be filled with sadness and tears. Now, it stood as a solemn reminder of the past. The air was dusty, and the silence weighed heavily around me. I decided to come back here to collect belongings that held precious memories of my family before selling this house. I spent countless hours sifting through forgotten possessions, running my fingers over the faded photographs and the trinkets that held sentimental value before shoving them all in a box. Each item was a piece of my shattered past, a fragment of a time when life was whole and unburdened. It's been 5 days, delving deeper into the forgotten corners of my family's home and arranging the needed papers to sell it. Chrome and Ryusui would visit me from time to help, while Senku dedicated his efforts to fine-tuning the algorithms for the rocket, ensuring its optimal performance for the upcoming space mission. Even though we were apart, we made sure to stay connected through video calls. We talked about our daily lives, shared our experiences, and gave each other support. Those video calls became our lifeline, as we eagerly waited for the day we could be together again. Then, on a gloomy afternoon, I stumbled upon a stack of unopened mails. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized the handwriting on one particular envelope. With trembling hands, I carefully tore it open. I carefully unfolded the letter. A mixture of anticipation and sorrow welled up inside me. Dear Kohaku, you must be wondering why I'm leaving you a letter like this. It's because I can see it in your eyes you won't come to terms with the fact that I don't have long left. As I sit here, penning these words, I am overwhelmed with a sense of both joy and sadness. Joy because I have been blessed with the privilege of having you as my sister, and sadness because I know that by the time you read this, I will no longer be by your side. Her words struck my heart like an arrow, piercing through the walls of grief that had enveloped me. I want you to know how deeply I cherish the moments we shared together. From our childhood adventures to the nights we stayed up late, how you helped me realize my feelings for Chrome, to sharing our dreams and fears, you have been my anchor, my source of strength. Your unwavering love and support have been the guiding light in my life, and for that, I am eternally grateful. Rory's words brought tears to my eyes, as memories overwhelmed my thoughts. I want you to know that my time here is drawing to a close. The weight of this realization is heavy upon my heart, but I find comfort in knowing that you will read this. I know that my time on this earth was cut short, and I regret that I couldn't be there for you in the way I had always wanted. But dear sister, please do not dwell on what could have been. Instead, remember the love we shared and the moments we treasured. Hold on to those memories and let them fuel your spirit, for I will always be with you in your heart. A wave of sadness washed over me as I absorbed the weight of her words. She was ready to leave, leaving me to navigate a world that just wouldn't be the same without her. I have a secret to share with you, Kohaku, which Senku promised to keep on my behalf. He knew about my sickness before I told you, and I made him promise me to take care of and look after you when I'm not around anymore. I know he deeply cares for you, and it brings me peace to know that he will be there for you when I'm no longer around. My heart skipped a beat as I read those words. Kohaku, remember that you are never alone. Family extends beyond bloodlines, and Senku is proof of that. When life gets tough, I trust he'll be there for you. Tears streamed down my face, some of it flowing and staining her letter. Promise me that you'll live. Chase your dreams without hesitation. I have faith in you. Discover happiness in the little things and always remember the love that envelops you, not just from me, but from our family and friends who deeply cherish you. Her message resonated deep within my soul, and I felt a sense of solace wash over me. Even in death, Rory's love transcended the boundaries of time and space. Her words carried a warmth that I could almost feel, as if she were wrapping me in a gentle embrace. Thank you for being my source of strength. Even though I can't be by your side, I believe in your strength and capacity to love. Hold our memories dear in your heart and let them fuel you as you embark on this new path. With each word, Rory's presence fills me, reminding me of the love she always showed me and the deep influence she had on my life. Her letter guides me even in my grief. As I reach the end of the letter, gratitude washes over me for having her as a sister. Her handwriting appears to be sloppy as the letter comes to a close. My hands are already going numb, so I'll end it with this. Thank you, dear sister, for being the light in my life. Embrace the beauty of each sunrise, knowing my spirit will always watch over you. With all my love, Rory. I stood in front of Rory's grave, clutching a bouquet of flowers in my hand. The breeze rustled through the trees, carrying the scent of fresh blossoms. Chrome stood beside me, a solemn expression on his face. We had come to pay our respects to Rory. Rory would have loved these flowers, I said softly, my voice filled with a mix of sadness and longing. Chrome nodded, his gaze fixed on the gravestone. She always appreciated the beauty of nature. It's one of the things I loved about her. He paused to sigh and continued, reading her letter for me made me miss her more. Thanks for giving it to me the other day, Kohaku. I nodded at him and massaged his back as he silently sobs. A mix of happy and sad memories flooded my mind as I remembered Rory's kind smile and unwavering support. We stood quietly for a moment, lost in our own thoughts and reminiscing about her. The calmness of the cemetery embraced us, providing a temporary escape from the challenges of the outside world. Just as I was about to speak, Chrome's phone rang, breaking the tranquility of the moment. He furrowed his brows and hastily answered the call, his voice tinged with concern. I watched him closely, sensing something amiss. Yes, this is Chrome, he said into the phone, his voice slightly strained. What, an accident, an explosion? My heart skipped a beat as I caught the urgency in his words. I moved closer to him, my eyes widening with worry. Chrome glanced at me, his face pale, and then turned his attention back to the phone call. I understand, he replied, his voice steady but filled with determination. I'll be there as soon as possible. We left Rory's grave. I followed him as he absent-mindedly made his way to his car. I hurriedly made it to the backseat. Chrome ended the call and looked at me, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and determination. Kohaku, There's been an accident at the rocket factory. My breath caught in my throat, and my mind raced with thoughts of Senku. Is he okay? Gazing at Chrome, I could tell he was troubled. The factory explosion had left him uncertain about Senku's survival. His face grew somber as he remained silent, gripping the steering wheel tightly. My worry for Senku intensifies. Chrome stood motionless, his hand clenched tightly. "Let's go, Chrome," I urged him, and he snapped out of his daze, nodding in agreement. He started the car, and we drove away from the cemetery. It felt like my heart was breaking and being ripped out of my chest. It was intolerable. Why him? Why me? Why us? Why now when everything was about to be all right? Please, if only I could have a different ending. TG Thagod 39. Epilogue. The Scientist. Is this the school you're suggesting I attend? I walked along the corridors, oblivious to the curious stares from students who likely assumed I was a recent transfer. Had the old man simply warned me about the bank account limit beforehand, I could have avoided using it for expensive scientific equipments. This way, I wouldn't have been forced to leave the city and seek solace in this countryside, attempting to relieve his burden of repaying the debts resulting from the exorbitant interest rates. The school holds a prestigious reputation, son. I myself attended there during my youth. In fact, my friend's daughter is currently enrolled there as well. Who knows, if you happen to cross paths with her, you might even find yourself a girlfriend. The old man chuckled to himself on the other end of the line. Tusk, that's not what I came here, old man. You know I had to go first to the admissions right. It's in your best interest to surround yourself with real people, instead of relying solely on robots and chemicals. Are you finished? I asked, feeling annoyed by his constant teasing. Oh, yes, I have to go. The break is over, and we need to resume our training. I'll also send you a picture of the special tourist for the spaceship. Thank goodness. Take care, old man. You too, Senku. I heard the call abruptly end. After completing the admission process and receiving my schedule, I decided to explore the campus and visit the school's laboratory to understand why my father had insisted on me transferring here. I approached a student and asked for directions to the science lab. As I arrived, I noticed a boy and girl engaged in a heated argument in front of it. Although I usually don't eavesdrop, the girl's loud voice made it difficult to ignore. Chrome, why did you do that? I thought you liked Ruri, so why did you refuse when she invited you to our house for dinner? If it's because of Dad, I'll handle him myself, okay? If you had witnessed Mr. Kokuyo's behavior towards me the other day, you would understand that he clearly doesn't approve of me for your sister. I know my sister and how she thinks. She doesn't give a damn about your status. It's also because you're so uptight. If I were her, I would flirt with you to loosen you up and... Ruri would never do such a thing, Kohaku. Then you'll add and say, because we're different, she says in a lower tone to mimic him, as if I didn't know that. HMP, I don't know how much longer I can tolerate you. If only you weren't an honest and straightforward person. You're not the kind of person I'd want my sister to date. The guy, whom I believe is named Chrome, scratched his head in response to the remarks from the girl, whom I think is named Kohaku. I couldn't care less about their conversation, but whatever. Now that I think about it, those are the qualities that women seek in an ideal guy. What do you think about having me as your girlfriend instead, Chrome? She gave him a mischievous grin, and he widened his eyes in surprise, indicating his lack of interest. Every time I reject advances from those playboys, they become even more persistent, and I do not trust them. So, what do you think about having me as your girl? Absolutely not. You may bear a resemblance to Ruri, but you can never replace her. Chrome shouted, trying to put an end to her line of thought. Couldn't they have a civilized conversation in hushed voices? My ears can hardly bear this. Could they be any louder? Even the passing students had to turn and see what was happening. Ruri never had the same flaws as you, Kohaku. You should consider yourself fortunate if you can find a guy who will be patient with you and help you grow as a person. Kohaku simply chuckles at Chrome. I was just joking, Chrome, as if I would ever consider you my boyfriend. I hope this guy you mentioned can handle me if he ever materializes, because what you just said only happens in movies. They're not real. I agree with Chrome, Kohaku. The guidance office would certainly miss you if that were to happen. Amidst their argument, a striking young woman with long blonde hair, bearing a resemblance to Kohaku, enters the scene. She appears considerably more composed compared to these two. Ruri, did you happen to overhear everything? Chrome asks hesitantly. Unlike the wild and energetic Kohaku, Ruri exudes a gentle, kind, and elegant demeanor. I only caught the part where you compared me to my sister, mentioning that I don't have any vices, and how you told her she'll find an ideal guy like you someday. She smiled at him, causing Chrome's cheeks to turn red. I sometimes dislike lovesick guys like him. They don't make the situation any easier. In my opinion, loving someone and achieving success don't often go hand in hand. You usually have to choose one, either love or success. Don't tell me you agree with Chrome, sister. Just because you were able to find someone like him doesn't mean I will. Kohaku reluctantly disagrees. Wouldn't it be nice, though, sister? Kohaku's personality is not something to overlook, Ruri. Considering how aggressive this gorilla can be, I doubt any guy would have the patience to handle her. Ow! Without a second thought, Kohaku demonstrates her violent tendencies by smacking Chrome on the head, while Ruri chuckles at their antics. Kohaku simply crosses her arms in irritation. The perfect moment for me to step out from my hiding spot behind the wall came when Chrome mentioned wanting to show something to Ruri in the laboratory, prompting her to follow him there immediately. Kohaku, who was left behind alone, she was struggling to light a cigarette despite the malfunctioning lighter. Isn't smoking prohibited in schools? I decided to leave her be. Besides, I had been patiently waiting for the right opportunity to explore the science lab further. Hey, by any chance, do you have a lighter with you? I felt a gentle tug on my shirt and turned around to find the same girl, Kohaku. I'm sorry, miss, I don't have one, I replied. Kohaku stared at me strangely, making me feel a bit uneasy, so I distanced myself from her slightly. She shook her head and tucked her cigarette back into her pocket. I've never seen you around here before. I'm Kohaku. What's your name? I'm just passing by. I have to go, I replied. While it may decrease my chances of getting a closer look inside their laboratory, I felt that I had seen enough. It contained sophisticated equipment used in experiments, similar to what I used regularly. I couldn't help but feel envious of the students who had the privilege of using that lab. I would do anything to have access to such a laboratory every day. All right, Mr. Just Passing By. You look like a transfer student to me. Would you like me to show you around the school? Her flirtatious tone didn't escape me, as it reminded me of how girls used to flirt with me in my previous school. No need, I replied, as she observed me peering inside the lab. I don't usually go to the science lab, but it does appear to be sophisticated. So, where would you like to go next, mister? I simply walked past her without answering. Hey, wait, have you visited the admissions office? And what about your uniform? Do you know where to get it? She was persistent, I'll give her that, but I don't have time for this. I have taken care of those, miss. Don't you have anything else to do? Listen, I saw her taking deep breaths and said, I like you, so would you do me the honor of telling me your name? I creased my forehead at her. If it weren't for the old man insisting me being here, I would have already flown back to Tokyo now. Did I hear you correctly? You're telling me you like me when we've just met. Yes, wait, did you mistake it as a love confession? Oh no. That's not what I meant, she says while waving her hands in front of me. You just seem different from the guys I've encountered before. I have a feeling you're a capable person. As I scrutinized her closely, I noticed that her hair was a soft, light blonde shade, reminiscent of sunlight passing through a window. The way the light caught in her hair made it shimmer with every movement. Her face, in contrast to her sister's delicate features, demanded attention. She possessed a beauty that could belong to a model. Her lips, a tightly pursed rose color, appeared as if they were in the midst of a kiss as she spoke. The slight moisture on her lips made them glisten in the light, resembling a reflection on the surface of a pond rather than a natural part of her. They seemed to beckon, inviting one to lean in and press their lips against hers. Her sapphire blue eyes stared back at you, seemingly capable of piercing your very soul and discerning your thoughts and emotions. I shook my head, realizing I had been lost in a daze. To avoid further temptation, I turned my head in the opposite direction, deliberately avoiding any further observation of her. It's no wonder she was serious when she mentioned earlier that many boys are drawn to her. However, I refused to be one of them. Are you all right? Have you been listening to anything I've said? As I mentioned before, I noticed your interest in the science lab. If you want to join Chrome's club, I can help you get involved, she insisted. No, thank you, I have to go, I replied. Once again, she referred to me as Mr. Just Passing By, causing me to quicken my pace. I was irritated with myself for almost being bewitched by that woman. If I wanted to study in peace at this school, I knew I had to stay away from her. The following day, much to my surprise, I found myself in the same homeroom as the persistent girl who had been pestering me since yesterday. This time, she was accompanied by a man with blonde hair who seemed to be asking her out on a date, but she declined. Later, I witnessed her being embraced by another man with a black and white hair in the gymnasium. It hadn't even been a day since I met her, and I already felt an intense dislike for her, seeing her jump from one person to another. Kohaku is a natural tomboy. She has little interest in activities and behaviors typically associated with femininity. Additionally, while engaging in fights around boys, she won't hesitate to retaliate if they stare at her with lustful intentions. She refuses to be objectified in any way. It was then that I learned about rumors circulating regarding the recent student council president who was allegedly harassing female students. To my surprise, Kohaku turned out to be one of the victims, but had managed to give the president a good beating in some way. The principal praised my outstanding academic performance and acknowledged me as one of the top students in the school. He then extended an offer for me to become the new student council president. I quickly declined, as I preferred to prioritize my pursuit of scientific knowledge more and maintain a comfortable lifestyle. It wasn't until I heard of a recent incident involving the depletion of funds in the science club that I reluctantly accepted the position. I had reservations about spending my days sitting behind a desk, signing papers, and overseeing various aspects of school organization to ensure peace and order. Nevertheless, I ultimately agreed to take on the role. As I was completing some paperwork, I suddenly noticed a familiar blonde-haired girl passing by. I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread at the thought of encountering her again in this school. Soon enough, I heard her unmistakable voice. Hi again, Senku, remember me? Chrome told me so much about you. I'm Kohaku, by the way. I do, Ms. Kohaku, I replied, causing her eyes to widen and her cheeks to turn slightly pink. It was an almost cute sight, although I doubted anyone else would perceive her that way. Nice, Kohaku exclaimed, dragging along the same man she was with during our first meeting. This is Chrome, the current president of the science club. What's the purpose of this meeting, Kohaku? He can't possibly surpass the one and only great Chrome of the science club, Chrome grumbled, adjusting his uniform. Kohaku simply grinned mischievously at him. Since he was here, it was the perfect time to set my plan in motion. Well, Chrome the Great, Kohaku sarcastically remarked, please accept him as one of your members. Chrome smirked confidently, unaware of what I was about to reveal. Actually, let me be the president of the science club, Mr. Chrome, I declared, shocking both Kohaku and Chrome. Listen here, buddy. Chrome stepped closer, positioning himself in front of me. I've been the president of the science club for 2 years straight since I entered this school. Just because you want something doesn't mean you'll get it. Well, he's more deserving than you, Chrome. I have complete faith in him, Kohaku chimed in, giving me a smirk. Are you serious, Kohaku? Are you defending him now just because he's the new student council president? Well, let's put him to the test then, Chrome challenged, aligning with my own thoughts. Getting competitive now, are we? I did warn you, Chrome, the lioness remarked, exchanging a glance with me who winked and mouthed. I'm rooting for you. Chrome took charge and set the date for our competition in the science laboratory immediately, with Teiju, Kohaku, Ruri, and Ryusui accompanying us as judges. Engaging in competitions like this was just another day for a nerd like me. Chrome gave his best effort, but eventually gave up when the members consistently favored my experiments. Once I inherit my father's company, you'll be the first person I hire, Senku. Just name your price, and it's yours, Ryusui offered, to which I politely declined. What's with this weirdo and his habit of snapping his fingers? Ryusui's attention then shifted to Kohaku, who had managed to sneak in and talk to me. Wow, that was amazing, Senku. What do you say about having lunch with us later? she asked enthusiastically. No, I'm still full. I chose to ignore her, as I was genuinely determined to distance myself from her. Instead, I focused on cleaning my science equipment, observing how her smile faded into a forced one, indicating her disappointment. Hey Senku, let me help. Kohaku began to speak, but was interrupted by Ryusui, who positioned himself in front of her and confidently declared, I'm available, Kohaku, if you want. Annoyed by the interruption, Kohaku voiced her frustration. Can you not get in the way? I'm trying to talk to Senku. However, I had already made up my mind and decided to leave the science laboratory. I overheard Kohaku's desire to follow me, but Ruri intervened, reminding her that they needed to return to their classes. Hey Senku, what's the deal with you and Kohaku? You're not angry with her, are you? Ryusui asks me one time while we're walking home from school. She's persistent and it's getting annoying, I reasoned. You know that's just how she is, right? I squinted my eyes as I listened to his words. I can't believe it. I had intentionally been keeping my distance from her because my purpose here was to focus on my studies, not get involved in romantic entanglements. They were trying to convince me that I needed to understand her, claiming that's just the way she is. But no, if she's acting that way, someone needs to avoid her. It's as simple as that because I genuinely lack interest. And in this situation, where it feels like everyone is siding with her regardless of her actions, I will be the one to remind her. It's just a crush, it's not like she's head over heels for you, Tsukasa said. I avoid her to make her stay away, because I have matters more important to do than entertaining her. And just merely casual talk isn't one of them, Akio retorted. I rolled my eyes at him. I can't believe this, everyone is smitten at her. They're all fucking hypnotized by that girl. As I said, I refuse to be one of them. She'll go spoiled by gaining all the attention on her. Damn you, how clueless you can be to always hurt her feelings. You're always cold and angry towards Kohaku, Ryusui exclaimed, his anger barely contained. I turned to him, equally furious. Whenever Kohaku became the topic, he was always the first one to defend her. We weren't exactly on bad terms, but his presence just pisses me off. His playful personality clashed with mine. He was friendly, and I choose my friends. He tried so hard to defend Kohaku, which just annoyed me to the core. You should have let it pass, Senku. You could have just let Kohaku do whatever she wanted. You know she has a slight crush on you. And here you are, being cold towards her. My eyes narrowed at Ryusui's statement about Kohaku's feelings for me. Chrome is now trying to talk some sense into him. As if I didn't know about that, she's making it more obvious every time she's with me. What do they expect me to do anyway? Ignoring is the easy way. It's better to avoid her before things escalate any further than being friends. Akio reported to me he recently heard from students. There's some gathering of delinquents occasionally happening at the secluded grassland part of the campus. We track where it was together with Tsukasa, who I had now as my vice president. He'll help just in case if there's some fight included when we faced off those delinquents. It was not that far, but the first person that caught my attention was Kohaku, who was recently in Mazu's arms. I had my fist clenched, because at the time he was my headache, as well as he is always finding ways to get away with every school violations, and we can't catch him on the spot, so I guess luck's on my side today. From our spot, I'm using a small telescope, and I saw her wiping her lips as she attempted to drink some beer, but the taste wasn't to her liking. She parted her mouth like a freshly split, open fig. No wonder the boys love kissing her so much, it probably feels soft. She's now smoking some cigarette. It's our lucky day, boys. I can see not one but 5 students drinking beer at this hour of day. I sternly said to them, I am kind of excited to catch Mazu on the spot, just so he could stop pestering Kohaku when it's clear as day she's uncomfortable with him. The guy just didn't want to respect her boundaries. You're correct, Senku, Tsukasa remarked. They simply skip classes for what? To indulge in drinking and smoking in the back alley? Look at Minami, completely flushed but refusing to quit. Let's apprehend them this time. That's what we're going to do, buddy. Do you have a plan? I replied. We should corner them, he suggested. Akko and Teiju can chase down those who try to take shortcuts, while the rest of us, me, Senku, and Chrome, will confront those who remain and move slowly. I suggest you be the one to catch only the lioness, Tsukasa. Lioness, you mean Kohaku, and why is that? It's simple. In case she retaliates, you're the one who can restrain her effectively. Tsukasa simply nodded in agreement, while Teiju offered to catch Minami on Tsukasa's behalf. How about the others, Senku? Chrome asks, to which I replied, that's not an issue. I've already informed the guards to prevent them from leaving the school premises. Truth be told, my only real motive was to witness Kohaku getting caught. Balancing the responsibilities of being the student council president and my other obligations was never easy. Thankfully, Ruri was there to assist me with organizing the paperwork that needed my attention. Occasionally, Kohaku would come to see me, insisting that she was only there to help her sister. However, it was evident that her main interest lay in observing me work. While it initially made me feel uneasy, as days went by, I started to feel at ease enough to tease her playfully. I would jokingly refer to her as a lioness because her ponytail resembled a lion's mane. Her fiery reactions of anger and frustration never failed to bring a smile to my face and ease the tension that accompanied my work. She's childish sometimes. She likes to engage in fighting competitions. Her feelings were always crystal clear in her eyes and actions. Not only does she occasionally get caught looking at me, but even when she attempts to conceal it, I still notice her gaze returning. She becomes flushed when caught and pretends to be occupied with helping her sister sort out all the files whenever she's around the student council's office. Despite not being an official member of the science club, Kohaku believes her friendship with Chrome gives her free access to the laboratory. This leads her to constantly bother me, which becomes irritating over time. However, I choose to view it as an opportunity to have additional help. Since she insists on being present, I assign her smaller tasks, like preparing basic chemicals that Chrome may find challenging. Her lively nature adds a vibrant energy to the club, and she enjoys teasing her friends, especially when it involves romantic situations. She playfully offers hugs and even pretends to engage in romantic relationships, capturing the attention of several men. I chose not to be involved with her. It bothers me how effortlessly she captures the attention of others and consistently displays an interest in romance. Whenever romantic discussions arise, she eagerly observes and offers commentary, especially when it involves her sister Ruri's potential relationship with Chrome, whom she playfully pesters about the matter. There are rumors circulating that Kohaku has a crush on me. Lies, if she truly had feelings for me, why would she constantly shift from one romantic interest to another, as if changing clothes? It appears more like a casual fascination rather than a genuine attraction. The thought of a serious relationship just doesn't interest me at all. There's also a new foreign student named Luna who seems to have some interest in me, but the idea of romantic involvement doesn't appeal to me. Sometimes it feels like people are drawn to me, whether it's because of my reputation as a genius or other qualities I possess. The idea of serious relationships and romantic affairs simply turns me off. I find greater satisfaction in tackling scientific experiments, conducting research, and pursuing business ventures than in engaging in romantic relationships. There comes a time when Kohaku found herself involved in a girls' fight, and despite being in the midst of a breakthrough at the lab, I was reluctantly called upon by the guidance counselor. I crossed my arms while listening to them talk while leaning against a wall. I'm still irritated by the interruption. In my opinion, such a simple altercation could have been handled by having the secretary, Ruri, compile it as a school violation. It seemed unnecessary for the school president to be present. Annoyed, I watched the scene unfold to get all of this done with. My annoyance quickly dissipated when I noticed the woman preparing to slap Kohaku. Her swift reflexes spared her from the impending strike. I paused, taking a moment to observe the situation. The woman's intense berating of Kohaku caught my attention. Something felt off, triggering my instincts to investigate further. As I carefully analyzed the woman's behavior and demeanor, a peculiar thought crossed my mind, an unconventional possibility that I can't shake off. I carefully study her physical appearance, searching for any signs that might support my hypothesis. I notice her disheveled appearance, the unhealthy pallor of her skin, and the bloodshot, glassy look in her eyes. My mind begins to connect the dots, linking these physical signs to the possible use of drugs. Could it be drug use? I ponder internally. Her erratic behavior, the way she lashes out, it could be indicative of substance abuse. But I know I can't jump to conclusions without concrete evidence. It's merely a hunch, a nagging suspicion. I had to remind myself that appearances alone are not enough to draw definitive conclusions. I need empirical evidence, scientific proof to support my instincts. Without that, it's just speculation. I take a mental note, knowing that I must tread cautiously. There was something different about the girl's aura at the time. I'm not saying this because she had a strong dislike for Kohaku, it's merely evident in how she looks at her. It's just a girl's fight, and I'm not getting the student council involved. Whatever Kohaku gets herself into, there's a possibility it could turn into something more. So I decided to look into the girl and had Ukyo observed her. I made Ukyo spy on them, especially the girl whose name I later known as Garnet. She and her brothers are using drugs at the time. So when I heard from Ukyo, she cornered the sisters last weekend without knowing what happened later on to the sisters. I immediately had them reported secretly to the police. The principal took action as well when I told him what happened. The following day, they were arrested and taken into custody for drug possession charges, along with the necessary measures for rehabilitation. As the story unraveled, it became clear that Garnet and her boyfriend were responsible for the accident that affected Ruri and Kohaku. Thanks to Ukyo's adept spying abilities, we discovered their role in the incident. Honestly, all this ensuing drama disrupted my experiments significantly. I found it challenging to concentrate on my work, constantly fretting over any potential developments that Ukyo may have missed. If anything were to go awry, I would blame myself for not being more vigilant in monitoring the situation. A sense of relief washed over me as I caught a glimpse of Kohaku and her sister laughing together while crossing the baseball field, visible through the laboratory windows. It was comforting to witness that the lioness was in good spirits and doing well. As I wandered through the picturesque Furano Hills, my thoughts were consumed by my scientific pursuits. However, even I recognized the need for a break from my relentless quest for knowledge. And what better opportunity than the Lavender Festival? I had heard from the lovesick Chrome that he would be attending with Ruri. Though with the bustling crowd at this time of year, it seemed unlikely that I would catch a glimpse of them. With the festival in full swing, I leisurely walked along the bustling streets, captivated by the intricate details of the traditional decorations and the vibrant atmosphere enveloping the festival. My analytical mind found delight in observing the intricacies of the event and the dynamic energy that filled the air. It served as a welcome respite from my usual experiments and calculations, granting me a temporary escape from the ceaseless demands of science. While maneuvering through the bustling crowd, my gaze unexpectedly landed on a familiar face, Kohaku. I noticed her enjoying some cotton candy from one of the vendors, accompanied by Jen, who seemed to have spotted me as well. Initially, I intended to veer in a different direction to avoid them. However, they caught up to me and insisted on keeping me company, their persistence winning out. As we traversed through the sea of people, Kohaku's eyes occasionally met the curious gazes of onlookers. Her flushed cheeks betrayed her inherent shyness, causing her to lower her gaze and seek comfort in the folds of her vibrant red floral kimono. A delightful blush adorned her cheeks, adding a touch of warmth to her expression, while her eyes shimmered with a blend of surprise and nervousness. In that fleeting moment, something within me shifted gears. Kohaku swiftly composed herself, a smile concealing the vulnerable emotions beneath the surface. A curious sense of intrigue sparked within me, stirring a newfound interest in unraveling the enigma that she presented. My irritation grew as I realized that Jen had likely orchestrated this situation to force me into spending more time with Kohaku. It was clear that he believed there was something more between us, and in his mischievous way, he saw fit to play matchmaker. But I had my reasons for keeping my distance, for not delving into matters of the heart. As Kohaku and I strolled amidst the festival's lively atmosphere, I couldn't shake the feeling of being trapped in a carefully woven web. Jen's absence left me with no choice but to engage in conversation with Kohaku, my annoyance simmering beneath the surface. We ventured deeper into the festival. We indulged in delectable treats, engaged in friendly competitions, and marveled at the cultural performances that showcased the rich heritage of Japan. It was a rare moment of respite amidst my busy schedules, Unbeknownst to me, I'm actually liking this lioness company. As the evening sky grew darker, the festival grounds hushed in anticipation of the grand finale, the fireworks display. Bursting with colors and patterns, they painted the sky in a magnificent spectacle. Kohaku and I found ourselves a secluded spot, away from the clamor, to fully absorb the breathtaking show. Under the mesmerizing lights and the reverberating booms, I felt Kohaku tugging at my shirt. "Senku," she began, "I've been doing a lot of thinking lately and, well, the truth is I've developed feelings for you. I get so nervous whenever you're near. My heart races uncontrollably, making me tremble. I suppose that's why it may have seemed like I was pestering you. It's my way of trying to catch your attention. I always feel excited just thinking about you." My eyes widened. Slowly, the sides of my mouth lifted, forming a wicked smile. I'm not sure why, but all of a sudden, everything she said caught my attention. I feel ecstatic for some reason. It's the same thing I experience when I found a new breakthrough in my endless experiments. It is not because her confession boosted my confidence. I have my fair share of confessions from girls of all ages back when I was still in the city and even here, but I didn't feel anything. I couldn't even force a smile if I hear them say it. But when it comes with this lioness, her confession caught me off guard, a surge of emotion coursing through me. Kohaku had been my friend. She's someone who understood and supported my dreams. And in that moment, surrounded by the dazzling fireworks, I expected it, but I never thought hearing it is another brand new feeling. But deep down, I knew that the path I had chosen required a different focus. "Kohaku," I began, my voice steady yet gentle, "I appreciate your feelings, and I value our friendship more than words can express. But I need you to understand that I am not interested in pursuing romantic relationships at this time. We are still young, and there is so much ahead of us, so many experiences waiting to be explored." I said slowly, hoping for a miracle. Someone speed up the time or something. I watched as a shadow of disappointment flickered across Kohaku's face, and it pained me to be the source of that disappointment. But I knew that in the grand scheme of things, our current stage of life called for a different kind of commitment. "Our friendship means the world to me, Kohaku," I continued, my tone soft yet resolute. "You have an incredible spirit and so much to offer. I have no doubt that you will find someone who will reciprocate your feelings and love you wholeheartedly." I saw a mix of understanding and sadness in Kohaku's eyes, and I wished there was a way to alleviate her disappointment. But I believed that this decision was for the best, not only for her, but also for us. "I hope you understand," she nodded wearily, accepting defeat. The conversation weighed heavily on my heart, especially when I gazed into Kohaku's blue eyes. I could sense a flicker of hope fading away due to my words. I knew I couldn't take it back. The fireworks show had ended, and silence enveloped us. Slowly, I wanted to take back everything I had said, but deep down, I knew it was for the best. "Senku, I'm having some problems catching up with chemistry. Can you teach me?" "Can't you see I'm a little busy here? I already spare my time to teach you the other day, right?" I didn't mean to vent to her like that. I just get irritated when she has the tendency to be touchy-feely with me, whereas even that lioness knows how to respect my boundaries. "But Senku, can't you ask Ukyo or Chrome?" I still had something to do back at the student council's office. Upon my return to the office, I noticed Ryusui holding a stunning sapphire necklace, his eyes fixated on it as if it were a valuable antique. "Ryusui, that's so gorgeous, who's the lucky girl? Is it Francois?" Ruri, curious and captivated by the jewelry, asks. I couldn't help but glance over from the paper I was reading, confirming its authenticity. "It's for Kohaku." I stop at the paragraph I was reading. "Really? Are you courting my sister?" Ruri questioned, a hint of playful curiosity in her voice. "Well, good luck. I've heard she's completely infatuated with our president here." "Is that so? Do you like her back, Senku?" Ryusui asks. I turn my head from the paper to him. "She's a friend." Ryusui just smirked at me. "Knowing Senku, any romance is typically one-sided," Ryusui remarked. "While Luna may genuinely be attracted to Senku, he remains disinterested in romance. Poor girl. But don't worry, Senku, I'll do my best to woo Kohaku so she won't pester you anymore. Consider it a favor from me." He winked mischievously. "Do it for yourself, not for me," I retorted. It's still up to the lioness if she'll reciprocate him back. Knowing her, I doubt she'll accept that necklace. The following day, I heard Kohaku had turned down Ryusui's proposal. The news brought a smirk to my face, finding some amusement in the situation. While I was at my locker one day, I accidentally overheard Kohaku talking to her friend Minami on the other side. They were laughing without a care, unaware that someone might be listening. Just as they were about to leave, I found myself catching snippets of their conversation. "He kissed you on your neck and then you pushed him?" Minami asked, seemingly intrigued. Of course, he was way too forward for my liking. I wasn't even remotely interested, Minami. He just assumed. Can you believe the audacity? If he wants more kisses, he'll have to work harder to turn me on, Kohaku replied, her tone filled with confidence. He's too clingy and annoying. I thought he was this mature man since he's already working and all. She shrugged after explaining why she broke up with her recent ex. Feeling a mix of frustration and anger, I decided to leave the locker room as well. I noticed Minami gasping and Kohaku quickly silencing herself, hiding behind her friend. I felt a chill from her words. It lingered in my mind, leaving me feeling detached. I was lost in my own thoughts, not fully present. I gave Kohaku a stern glare, my gaze unwavering. I wanted to silence her and vent my frustration by punching the wall behind her. The way she spoke didn't align with the image of the girl rumored to have a crush on me. After all I had done to save her and her sister, was this the appreciation I received? If she was indeed engaging in sexual activities around campus, I felt it was my responsibility as the student council president to put a stop to it. I wouldn't allow such behavior on my turf. Her skirt caught my attention. It was noticeably shorter than the school's recommended length for girls, so she was using her skirt to attract boys' attention, making it easier for them to take advantage of her. And she was challenging boys to arouse her just so they could kiss her more? How disgraceful. My disdain for her only grew stronger. Kohaku took a quick glance behind Minami's back, but when she saw that I was still looking at her with anger in my eyes, she turned away, her face flushed with embarrassment. Irritated, I decided to walk away, passing them without saying a word. She's very playful, naughty, and outspoken. She speaks her mind, and if she doesn't, it shows in her facial expressions. That's why she's always apprehended to school violations. I have better things to do than discipline students like her. Kohaku as a teenager is a pain in the ass. She's like an ocean with never-ending violent waves. A sea that's never calm. That was the moment I knew I am developing feelings for her. I should be attracted with brainy girls like me, but this feeling I had towards her these past few months, the way I really like to tease her, lioness, every time just for me to catch a glance of her cute, mad expressions. I kind of like this naughty girl for once. Did she really like me? The rumors circulating around campus suggested that she was bold enough to wait for me, hoping to accompany me and my friends back home. I guess I'm also lucky enough to be considered as just one of her casual friends, as it allowed me to maintain a certain level of distance. If we're close like her friendships with Jen and Ryusui, I wouldn't have been able to restrain myself from kissing her during that moment in the secluded part of the library. I was seated on the floor, leaning against a bookshelf, when I sensed someone settling down beside me. "I hope you don't mind me sitting here, Senku. I happened to saw your name on the library cards while I was returning my sister's book a long time ago. We passed each other on the library. I even sat beside you there, but you seemed rather engrossed in your own world. You inspired me to read all kinds of books on the science section, so my name would be on the same cards before yours." Her eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration, but I remained composed, keeping my emotions hidden behind a facade of indifference. "As long as you stay quiet and don't bother me, I don't mind." I knew the importance of maintaining a sense of equilibrium. The scientific discoveries and experiments that consumed my thoughts should be my only priority, and I couldn't afford to let personal feelings disrupt that delicate balance. If it wasn't for my logical nature and outlook on things, I won't think twice about kissing her, so I think it's best we didn't become close friends. I'm not really interested in romance at the time. If we start a relationship now, for sure she'll make it fast for me. I won't have time for her, so I'll keep it all for now. As long as I keep her challenged and happy, she'll stick for sure. This is so frustrating. Is this the reason she ended our relationship? I went to their house only to find them gone. I'm sorry, Chrome. I really don't have any information. I can't reach Kohaku's phone. Maybe we should ask Jen, perhaps he. I'm just as curious as you, Minami-chan. It had only been a few months since Ruri broke up with him. While I couldn't say I was handling it well, I chose to keep my emotions to myself. On the outside, I appeared fine, but inside, I was hurting. I knew Chrome would occasionally visit their house, hoping for Ruri's return because I had been doing the same, albeit from a distance. Unlike him, I couldn't stay for long as I had other responsibilities to attend to, so I only visited sporadically. My excuses were to read books back at home, when in fact I would secretly visit their house, desperately searching for any clues about their whereabouts. As the years passed, my hopes slowly faded, and I found myself waiting for Kohaku in vain. Anger and betrayal gradually consumed my emotions, replacing the initial optimism I had felt. I watched as Chrome cried tears while I am busy noting down the result on my experiment. I grit my teeth at the thought of crying. I don't cry for her because I don't have time to cry. I also don't understand why I should cry because no matter what I do, she won't come back. Do you miss her, Senku? Chrome asked me suddenly, interrupting my reading. It had been years since we graduated from high school, and so much had transpired. Now in our third year of college, I was fully immersed in my research, assigned by my mentor. Chrome, on the other hand, seemed insistent on keeping me company at my house. This guy just won't let me rest, no matter what I do. His incessant questioning about our syllabus for one of our shared subjects kept me awake, depriving me of sleep since yesterday. Shut up, I said, reading my notes again. We're on the same university, and I know a thing or two about the subject he's cramming, but because he was asking so many questions about Kohaku, my mind was flying somewhere else again. I found myself unable to focus on the material, repeatedly reading the same paragraph without it registering in my mind. I suddenly had the urge to throw him out, but I didn't, and now I'm frustrated. My next duty was 24 hours the next day. It was tiring, especially when I couldn't sleep even if I wanted to. In an attempt to distract the multitude of thoughts racing through my mind, I often resorted to studying throughout the night. This became a common pattern during my clerkship, as I found myself barely getting any sleep and exhausting myself in the process. Then there's Luna, whose help I can't refuse. I researched, sought advice, and provided a listening ear whenever she needed it. I even had to tell her coping mechanisms, and it's up to her to discover what worked best for her unique situation. To be honest, without someone who would encourage me to go on and support me, I just felt dead. A dead person with senses. A dead person who could still move with a blank mind. I've been avoiding thinking about her, but now that Chrome opened it up for me, I realize I really wasn't taking the fact of her leaving me well. Then there's my father, who's encouraging me to take my mentor's scholarship. I knew he wanted the best for me, but I wanted to prove that I could still live without hanging onto their connections. Because I wanted to build a name for myself. Live for me, and not desperately keep up with their expectations. Rocket science, with its grandeur and the prospect of exploring the mysteries of space, had always fascinated me. It called to my adventurous spirit, urging me to dive into the unknown and reach for the stars. The idea of pushing the boundaries of human understanding and conquering the final frontier was undeniably captivating. However, there was another path that tugged at my heart, a path that involved medicine. It held the power to heal, to alleviate suffering, and to make a direct impact on people's lives. The thought of being able to diagnose illnesses, develop life-saving treatments, and offer hope to those in need resonated deeply within me. I'm applying for this elective. Are you coming with me? I asked Chrome before taking a seat. We were both outside the campus buying ramen at a convenience store. Some people will take the regular internship, but I chose to have an elective. However, applying still didn't mean that I would actually get in, since I've heard the maximum people who could get in was only 20. I knew I was eligible since I belonged to the top of the class as well as Chrome, but then, if I didn't get in, I would just end up in a regular one. Of course, I've heard Chisato would get in as well. You remember the quiet girl we met, he says while eating his ramen beside me. I hope we can get in, right? I will pray for it. I couldn't help but notice Chrome, his eyes closed and hands clasped together in prayer. It seemed he was fervently chanting, hoping for a stroke of luck to favor him. A small chuckle escaped my lips as I observed his earnestness. Chrome, with his belief in superstitions and mystical forces, always managed to bring lightheartedness to any situation. His faith in luck and divine intervention was a stark contrast to my own unwavering faith in the power of science and hard work. "So you're chanting your prayers again?" I teased, a playful glint in my eyes. He opened his eyes, looking at me with a wide grin. "Of course, Senku, you never know, luck might just be on my side this time." After a week, I never thought that Chrome could pray so strongly since we both were accepted. He has a strong connection to the heavens, huh? He was about to cry because he thought he didn't make it since there were many others who had higher grades than him. But he managed to pass, so it's all right. His grades weren't low, there were just a lot of really smart and hardworking students. We had different rotations in departments, so I needed to interact with other people. Talking to other people wasn't really hard for me, but I wasn't just feeling it. I still had to if I wanted to survive in this field. I couldn't handle it alone. Being deemed a genius by the administration was both a privilege and a challenge. Handling the neurology and pulmonology departments meant I had to juggle complex cases and diverse patients. From neurological disorders to respiratory illnesses, I dedicated myself to providing accurate diagnoses and personalized treatments. It was overwhelming at times, but witnessing the progress and impact on patients' lives made it all worthwhile. My seniors guided me well, but sometimes when they're tired, they vent their frustrations on me. "It's okay, I understand." "Senku, I need your opinion on this patient's case. They've been experiencing persistent coughing and weight loss, and their recent X-ray shows a mass in the lung. I suspect it might be lung cancer, but there's something unusual about this case. Take a look and let me know your thoughts. What do you think?" the senior resident asked me. As I studied the image, my training kicked in. I recalled the distinct characteristics of cancerous growths, the subtle nuances that set them apart from benign findings. I carefully examined the size, shape, and location of the mass, considering its potential implications. Although my hands felt a bit unsteady, I remained focused, determined to provide the most accurate assessment I could. I knew that my diagnosis would influence the patient's treatment plan, shaping their journey towards recovery or management of the disease. After what seemed like an eternity of deliberation, I finally reached a conclusion. I turned to the senior resident and spoke, my voice steady, but tinged with the weight of responsibility. I see the mass you're referring to, but there's something intriguing about it. The shape and location seem atypical for lung cancer. Additionally, I noticed some enlarged lymph nodes in the vicinity. This raises the possibility of an underlying infectious process or even a rare condition. That's an interesting observation, Senku. What do you suggest we do next? Given the unique presentation, I recommend a comprehensive approach. Alongside further imaging studies, let's conduct a thorough medical history review, including exposure to environmental factors, occupational hazards, and any recent travel. We should also consider performing a biopsy to gather more information and rule out other potential causes. Your insight and attention to detail are admirable. Keep up the good work, Senku. I will, thank you. It's experiences like these that remind me why I chose this field, being able to make a difference in someone's life through accurate diagnosis and proper treatment. I wasn't always accurate in the discussion, but there was always space to learn. I was faced with different patients with different illnesses, personalities, and attitudes. I was shouted a lot at times, but I endured everything just to get by. I wanted to finish it already, but I still got a long way to go. It was impossible to learn everything in one night. Chrome would frequently crash at my apartment in Tokyo, and we would always come up with ways to keep ourselves entertained, like spending time at arcades and enjoying our free time together. Our little group expanded when Chrome introduced me to his newfound friend, Chisato. She would often be shy around me, and it was evident that she had a crush on me, but I chose to ignore it. She would eventually give up on pursuing me, as I wasn't ready to open my heart to someone new just yet. When I got assigned to the surgery department, I was tasked to perform surgery on the patient's brain. With precise movements and a dedicated team, we worked to remove a tumor while protecting healthy brain tissues. The procedure was challenging, but I remained focused on the patient's well-being. Amidst the tedious processes, I just became more tired. I sat on the bench for the first time today, taking off my mask. I leaned my head against the wall and let out a sigh. I closed my eyes, still wearing my maroon scrub suit with my intern ID pinned on the left side. A mix of relief and fulfillment washed over me, knowing that I had made a significant impact on another life, after witnessing 2 deaths in a row. That was how my internship went by. I was rotating to different departments, and I would often run into Chrome and Chisato at the hospital. I'm envious, Senku. You're such a genius. At this point, I won't be surprised if you had your own aerospace company in the near future. Chrome complained as he lied down on the sofa while he's on break after reading books. I was seated on the floor with 10 thick medical books on the coffee table beside my laptop, a big iPad for my notes, and some research theses from NASA. My highlighters were all over the place too, as well as sticky notes on the board on the wall. I could study better when organized. I have been studying for 12 hours now. I would only take breaks to have a snack. Aren't your brain tired? You've been at it for half a day, you know? Chrome asked again. How about you? Doesn't your mouth get tired from incessant talking? I fired back. I'm here so we can review together. I didn't expect you to have so much to read. Just looking at it makes me feel lazy. He flopped onto the sofa and grabbed a book. I still have some colored bookmarks on the pages. I just finished reading it last night. I have been friends with Chrome ever since Kohaku introduced me to him since high school, and he was always the carefree type. He didn't care much for his studies like me, more like he's the average type. He would often review using my notes. He said he understands things more easily. He's intelligent because even without studying, he still manages to pass. It's just not obvious. Chrome were undecided which to get in college at the time, since his chosen career of being a geologist isn't much of a career that would give his family money in Japan, so when word got to him I'll get a medicine course, he tagged along. I've been followed by idiots from college, medical school, and eventually will have the same graduate school in another country. Chisato, too, is following me. I don't know why they're following me. Wherever I am, they're there. Tusk. Isn't this Kohaku beside you? Chrome stood up from the sofa and reached for my cell phone, which had a transparent back case, revealing the Polaroid picture I had with the lioness there. 3 years ago, we had taken it at one of the photo booths at the Lavender Festival. Without hesitation, I let go of the highlighter I was holding to snatch it away from him. Well, caught in the act, huh? I thought you had moved on, but it seems like you're still infatuated with her. What the hell is wrong with you? I tried to grab it back from him, but he stood up and ran away, gleefully. Frustrated, I instinctively placed my hand on my forehead as he held it up to me, pointing at Kohaku's smiling face. Is this what moving on looks like? He burst into laughter and returned to the coffee table, examining the sticky notes on my board more closely. I sighed, placing my hand on my forehead again as he picked up 2 more Polaroids, saying, "You're such a creep." What's creepy about that? I don't look at it every night, I defended myself. Oh, really? Maybe you use it as a sleep aid then, he laughed loudly. Will you shut up? I'm studying, I muttered, giving up on dealing with that jerk. There was nothing I could do about him. Fine, I'll just pray for you to top the boards, he jokingly said again. Damn it, everything that idiot prays for seems to come true. I actually did top the boards with a rating of 98.99%. I wasn't expecting that. The exams were really difficult, and I thought I would score around 85% or even less. Congratulations, Senku. You're amazing. I received a lot of compliments and congratulatory messages, but I can't help to think if she were here, would she have done the same? Congratulations, son. You have proven a lot. My father gave me a hug after the ceremony. I'm so proud of you. He held my shoulder as I noticed some tears of joy in his eyes. Zeno told me he wants you to be a scientist at NASA right after he knows you became a top-notcher in the boards. My father's undying support has been with me from the start, and he has always respected my decision to not accept his help. And for that I am thankful, because without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. I told him. I will work there not because I want to, but because it's one of the organizations for space missions in the country, and I wanted to explore more. I wanted to learn more. Everyone's saying no one can outmatch how genius I am, but there's still so much I don't know, and I know that the people there can help me. Time comes we graduated from college and my mentor, Dr. Zeno, insists he can grant me scholarships along with my friends whom he saw potential if we would migrate overseas. I agreed to the opportunity, believing that now that I had proven myself in this field, I could pursue my dream of studying rocket engineering. Chrome and Chisato were thrilled when I shared the news with them. However, it wasn't an easy decision. Despite my father having his own successful company in America and offering his support, I insisted on earning my own money and standing on my own feet. I decided to apply for a job in California to support myself financially while studying at a nearby university. Chrome and Chisato, on the other hand, opted to concentrate solely on their studies. I was the only one who chose to work while pursuing my education. One day, while going about my duties as a resident doctor, I caught sight of a familiar surname on a patient's file. Hisashi. My heart skipped a beat, my mind racing with worry and anticipation. I asked the nurse stationed, and she told me the patient has been suffering from cancer for 4 years with no more time left. I asked her the room number and made an excuse to examine her. Could it be her? Bracing myself, I entered the room, prepared for any outcome. To my shock, it wasn't Kohaku lying there in that hospital bed. Instead, it was Ruri, her sister. My mind reeled, trying to process the sight before me. Ruri appeared dazed and frail, her once beautiful hair gone, a result of the chemotherapy she had undergone. Mixed emotions surged within me, relief that it wasn't Kohaku, but also a profound sadness to see Ruri in such a vulnerable state. I couldn't help but remember the strong and vibrant girl she once was. "Who are you?" I creased my brow, but then I also read her file. A year ago, she was also diagnosed with a tumor in her brain. She clutched on her head for support. It made me worried to come close near her bed. She's silently resisting the hurt it's giving her, then she faced me again after she sighed. "It's no use. It appears I can't hide it any longer, Senku." My eyes widened, so she recognized me. She smiled, to which it caused me to grit my teeth. Before I leave Japan, during my recent visit to their house in Hokkaido, I overheard Turquoise, one of the caretakers, mentioning that her family was considering selling their flower farms. Little did she know, I had secretly become the potential buyer. Fueled by a desire for revenge, I boldly took out a large loan to make the purchase, but right now seeing her sister's condition, I felt guilty. There's no need for me to think of any excuses she might have. The truth is now in front of me. They migrated here to treat Ruri's condition. "So you've became a doctor. Good for you, Senku. I just hope Kohaku was here so she has someone to have a shoulder to cry on, but it seems like she's still at school. You know, it's a miracle you appeared out of the blue while I am preparing myself for my inevitable death. Can I ask?" She bit her lip while closing her hands in her lap as solitary tears fell from her eyes. "How's Chrome? Is he like you now, Senku?" She tried her hardest to smile. I kept my clenched fists on my lab coat's pockets. "He's fine. He's also become a doctor like me, but he isn't satisfied with that, so he chose to study again to pursue his dream." "Can you tell me more?" I spent the last hour telling her everything without anyone interrupting us from outside. "You know, Kohaku got delayed by a year because of me. She was supposed to graduate last year, but because she saw me suffering, she chose to delay going to school and look after me. If it wasn't for my aunt's insistence, she won't do it, you know. And Chrome? I'm glad he's thriving. All I want is for him to keep reaching his dreams." She sobs, and although her voice were already trembling, she continued, "Please look after Kohaku for me once I'm gone. You see, I'm running out of time." "I'll help you." She was shocked, but then she weakly smiled. "I should have listened to you. You know, I just don't want to burden my family." "So?" She stood up and held both my shoulders. "Please grant this simple request from me, Senku. Can you promise me you'll never tell Chrome of this? I'll promise to fight, but if my time has come, please look after Kohaku for me." I immersed myself in relentless research, dedicating every waking moment to finding a cure for Ruri's disease. The weight of responsibility pressed upon me, knowing that her life depended on my efforts. Days turned into weeks, and I pored over countless scientific papers, searching for a breakthrough. Then the devastating news arrived like a crushing blow. The hospital staff informed me that the patient in room 5738, Ruri, had passed away peacefully in her sleep. My heart sank, and a profound sense of loss washed over me. All my efforts seemed futile in the face of this tragic outcome. I'm too late. Why did I know of this too late? Why? As I navigated the hospital hallway, my eyes caught a glimpse of Kohaku, tearfully being comforted by a mature woman who had the same blonde hair as hers. The sight tugged at my heartstrings, and I yearned to be there for her. But duty called, and I was summoned by another doctor for my next operation. I clenched my fist, torn between the urge to console Kohaku and fulfilling my professional obligations. With a heavy heart, I made the difficult decision to prioritize my duty and proceeded to perform the surgery. Little did I know that it would stretch on for an arduous 9.5 hours. I just witnessed another death. I covered my face and sighed again. There was no choice but to keep going. There was no other choice. I stood up and started walking away. I changed into new clothes before stepping out to get some coffee. I would bury myself in research about rockets tonight. The scene I couldn't face was family members crying after losing a loved one because it was too familiar. It reminded me of her and her sister, but it was also what kept me going. I didn't want it to happen again. As much as possible, I wanted people to continue living, to help them fight until their last breath. Once the operation concluded, I eagerly sought out Kohaku. However, to my dismay, I discovered that she and her family had already left the hospital to make arrangements for Ruri's burial. The sense of loss and regret intensified within me as I realized I had missed the opportunity to be there for Kohaku in her moment of grief. With a deep sigh, I resolved to finish my responsibilities and then embark on the search for Kohaku. I understood that my duty as a doctor was paramount, but the desire to be there for the one I cared about weighed heavily on my mind. "Latte," I told the lady at the counter. Chrome seemed content and thriving with his academic progress. He generously offered to treat us and insisted on paying for our orders. It's mostly the rocket propulsion section. The formulas and equations are overwhelming, and I can't seem to connect them to real-life applications. I heard Chisato said as soon as I arrived at our table. Chisato sighed, "I just can't seem to wrap my head around this subject. It feels like a never-ending maze of equations and concepts. I have cried several times, but I have to be strong," Chisato complained. We were both waiting for our drinks while Chrome was paying. She was talking more about her experience when someone caught my attention. My head turned, parting my lips in surprise when I saw Kohaku walking inside the coffee shop, scrolling on her phone. "Are you listening?" Chisato asked, waving her hand in front of my face. Why, yes," I answered to whatever she was saying. I didn't catch up. I just hoped my response fit the context. I asked, "What time will your shift end tomorrow?" "Why'd you answer yes?" Chisato furrowed her brow. I laughed and shook my head, feeling apologetic towards her. Since I wasn't listening, she ended up talking to Chrome instead. I glanced at Kohaku again and saw her alone at the table. Is she seeing someone? It seems like she's waiting for someone, and I want to go and see her, but I only have 15 minutes left before I have to return to my duty at the hospital. She changed so much. Her hair, once flowing and wild, had been tamed into a more practical style. She now had a longer straight ponytail. She's wearing a plain white shirt and jogging pants, yet she stood out so much in the crowd when I saw some American men offering to sit in an empty chair in front of her, but she politely declined, and it seems like she's really seeing someone. Ah, hell, I felt so hopeless. Everything wasn't the same anymore. "Lattes for Chisato." "It's a plural. Did you named all our drinks on me?" she asked Chrome beside her, to which he nods. "I'm reading." He pulled out his earphones. "You get it, I'm busy, can't you see?" Once he's done talking, he puts it back. I let out a sigh as I noticed a recurring pattern whenever we tried to meet up amidst our busy schedules. I would often find them bickering. Sensing the tension, I offered to get it since I wasn't doing anything. I stood up and went to the counter to get it. I froze when I heard the lady calling for Kohaku too, sliding the cup over the counter near our drinks. She was taking too long, so the lady called for her again. I was busy putting sugar on my drink. It shouldn't have been this many, but I got distracted, so I didn't realize how much I had put. I was about to walk away when she suddenly bumped into me, my latte spilling on my white coat. "Oh, fuck, I'm so sorry." She was obviously panicking. I looked down on my coat. My hand got burned too because it was also splashed. I just endured it. I didn't want her to feel more guilty. I tried to wipe the stain using a tissue, but of course, it wouldn't come off. I'm glad I chose to wear a hat amidst the Californian heat this summer, so she didn't notice my greenish-white hair at first glance. "It's fine," I whispered before getting another tissue to wipe my hand. My hand was a bit red now because of the liquid burnt earlier. The pager in my possession emitted a sound. She abruptly halted in her attempt to clean my coat. While I focused on deciphering the code displayed on my pager, I overheard her apologizing and explaining that she had to leave. By the time I turned my head to respond, she was already halfway out the door. I kept on achieving more just to stand on the same level as her. I already passed the boards and was now recognized as one of the top 10 outstanding doctors with exemplary performance. I also graduated as a summa cum laude at the University of California. All of these without the support of anyone. All of these are because of my endless pursuit of knowledge to thrive and hard work. I could finally give myself credit. It still didn't end there. I attended different rocket launches and helped formed algorithms for their navigation travels. Chrome often seeks my help. I read a lot of books for supplementary information. I liked what I am doing, and that fuels my desires to ambition for more. It wasn't easy to continue while thinking about how's Kohaku been doing these past years. I tried to look at the address they left on their files in the hospital, and once I arrived there, one of their neighbors told me they've moved. I've never seen her since then. "Senku, I am going to sell the whole farm. You're the first person I informed because it's already leased to you." I grew weary of the fame and attention that came with being a successful scientist, particularly the media's relentless pursuit of interviews and coverage. In an effort to escape the constant scrutiny, I made the decision to return to Japan. However, it was during this time that I received a phone call from her father, delivering unexpected news. I didn't even ask why he was selling it. I only assumed that they already want to live abroad forever. I understand how hard it must have been for her after Ruri's death, but didn't she ever think about going back? I only felt anger and resentment. What did Kohaku do then? Is it that easy for her to give up everything and leave? And just because she's no longer pure, does that mean she's free to explore other men? I did everything to acquire the farm. I just wanted to have a connection with her in the future and show her that I obtained their property. "Are you sure you're going to go through with your plan?" Chrome asked me during one of our phone calls. He immediately called when I found out from Turquoise that Kohaku is indeed here in Japan. Recently, my father, who recently got married to Lillian, informed me that Lillian is actually Kohaku's blood relative. He heard from her that Kohaku is returning to Japan. Lillian confirmed it for us. My father's occasional requests for me to find a wife too seemed almost comical. He would often catch me in the midst of my busy work or find me locked away in my laboratory for hours on end. It was clear to me that my dedication to my scientific pursuits left little time or interest for romantic endeavors. I dismissed his suggestions, believing that my work held far greater importance than any notions of marriage. 4 years ago, I allowed my small aerospace company to prosper, using the profits to purchase the land they left behind. Realizing I needed capital for my new venture, growing and selling new flower varieties in the city market, I spent a year improving the neglected land. I was astonished to discover that the soil had extremely low pH levels, making it unsuitable for plant growth. Despite the initial challenges, I persevered, and over the years, I experienced overwhelming joy and excitement as I witnessed the thriving success of the flowers I diligently cultivated and sold in the market. I am already in my 4th year running this business, and my aerospace company has achieved great success since I launched my first-ever billion-dollar telescope to study the farthest planet, Pluto. Her father is selling the mansion now. It seems like she doesn't have any plans to come back here, huh? I wonder if Kohaku is married now. Considering her age and the fact that she has no trouble attracting suitors, it's quite possible. I can't help but feel a sense of regret for not keeping in touch and not knowing more about her current circumstances since the last time I saw her. If she ever brings up the fact that I was indecisive back then, this is the reason why. If I had taken her seriously way back, we might have never made it to college. Just the thought of her being in love with someone else since the last time I saw her makes my blood boil. I will do whatever it takes to take her away from whomever that bastard is. I was lucky she isn't with someone else. You're the new owner. I remained standing as I observed the new Kohaku in front of me. She looks the same, only that her body aged. She's still fair and… Fuck, I remembered that night again. Her lips are red and she's wearing black from head to toe. It seems like she's mourning something. I couldn't help but notice the changes that time had etched upon her features. Her once youthful face now bore the marks of maturity and experience, except for her mesmerizing blues. There's strength in her eyes as if she had weathered countless storms and emerged even stronger. I tried my best not to scrutinize her appearance from top to bottom. If she agrees to my offer later, I will make sure that she truly becomes mine. And if she ever suggests divorce, I'll even offer her their family estate as an extension. I already paid for all of it. That's what my broker and your father talked about. I am now waiting for the documents to be signed by the previous owner, and the title will be transferred to me. The shock on her face is very evident. She's so shocked that I'm the new owner of their land and estate. Of course, Kohaku, you can't expect me to stay where I am. Let's see how far your courage goes now. I can still see you're that spoiled Hisashi Kohaku who thinks she can do everything she pleases. I made a promise to your sister, and she gave me her approval to look after you from now on. I decided I won't sign. I want to halt the transfer. Wow, really now? What does she have anyway? She tilted her head, unable to meet my gaze directly. Interesting. Do you still have feelings for me, Kohaku? Is that mischievous lioness still hiding behind your strong facade? Why? I don't plan on selling this. We were broke, that's why the land was leased. I am going to pay you back at the amount you want after around 6 months. Having lost her sister must have been hard for them at the start, but that's already 4 years ago. They sold it because they need the money somewhere. For business? I'm not sure, but for her to take it back, they must have been rich enough to do so. But I won't let her just do as she pleases, and now she won't have what she wants. What if I don't want that? I emphasized each word, making my stance clear. I will talk to my lawyer. I am sure she can do something about that. After all, it's not in your name yet. I smiled inwardly, pleased that everything was going the way I planned. The mansion is not the only property I want to take back. I also want our flower farms back. Okay, I will triple the original price of the flower farms if you want to buy it. How far can you risk, Kohaku? I now own the flower farms, so what can you do if I don't want to sell them? Why are you doing this? She coldly asks. This is our land, Senku. It was your land. You left it here to rot alone. I took a step closer to her. A faint glimpse of my innocent Kohaku flashed on her face. It almost shook my faith. I saved it. Since you know it was ours, what's the point of raising the price? I was the one who helped the land to prosper again, and it is not for sale, mind you. I am only giving you a chance because we know each other before. I witnessed the pain that suddenly clouded her eyes, but it quickly vanished. Should I thank you then? Should I thank you for asking just to triple the price for our properties? She sounds angry. It got me excited, but I need a little more of your Kohaku expressions to fully set my plan in motion. My original decision is more than triple the price. It should be more than that. Do you have any idea what it was like when I first rented your land while I was starting? It was as barren as a desert. The land is not fertile. I tried everything in my power to get it out of the situation it was in, and yet here you are asking to take it back now that it's thriving. Well, I am sorry. I am sorry because it was your duty to make the lands better again because you rented them. We never forced you to do that. You did that. I burst into laughter at her statement. Seriously, where is your logic, Kohaku? Look at you, your looks have changed a lot. But hell, you're still the same mischievous lioness I've known. You only came to take your properties back. You shouldn't be making the terms here. Remember, Kohaku. The farms are now under my name. If I don't want to sell it, you can't have it. And this house? Your father signed the contract. You have no right to it now. If I were you, I'd rather keep your ego in check. I could clearly see the anger in her blue eyes. There were still many things I wanted to say, but then my secretary called. I turned to my phone. Yes, Chelsea, what is it? Senku, the board wants to request to have a meeting with you. Yup, I know. Tell them there's already an acting CEO in my place. Was it Sir Chrome? Yes. Also, there's someone named Luna who would like to meet with you. She said you were supposed to give her something. She vent her anger at me when she found out you're not here. Yes, and I am doing everything I can to get it done. It's my. She showed herself here earlier. She said she'll call again after 5. Fine, connect me to Luna, thanks. I'll come back some other time, Senku. I need to talk to my lawyer. I need to see the deed of sale and the contracts. I looked at her and signaled with my finger that I need her to stay. Wait there, lioness. You want me, you need me, you wait. Luna, yes. Senku, what about my schedule? I have revisions I want to make to my father's proposal to your company years ago. I need your advice on how to tell him I'm pulling him out. I'm already running out of ideas. How will that work if you're still in Hokkaido? I might come there tomorrow. Can we talk there instead? I'll take care of it, don't worry about it. Okay, I need to go. I have a meeting. See you soon. I didn't wait for Luna's response. I ended the call immediately to face Kohaku. I already have a copy of the deed of sale if you want to see the amount. You can go to your lawyer however you want. But suppose I didn't have any intention of selling this land. What would you do? I could clearly see the tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She wants to take it back that bad, huh? Why are you doing this to me? Is this an asset to you to ignore its sentimental value to me? Any real property is an asset, Kohaku. In spite of its lack of monetary gain, unlike the flower farms, the mansion is still an asset. You're already a CEO, and it's no surprise if you have any properties or mansions other than this. Why don't you live there, and why can't you afford to let this one go? This one's near my flower farms, you know. It's the harvest season and I need to monitor everything here. I am sure you know that. Why are you doing this, Senku? Kohaku's voice cracked and her tears were on the verge of falling. I furrowed my brow in response to her words. She was displaying such desperation. Well, Kohaku, I must admit that I am equally desperate. Thank the heavens you made it happen for us. You came here. You didn't let me search for you because, truth be told, it should have been you who searched since you were the one who left. Even though I wasn't really the one you were looking for, I'll make sure that it's me you'll get. If you're doing this for revenge, I hope you're happy. I stifled a laugh. Did she presume that I was still deeply affected by our history together? Why would I do that, Kohaku? What revenge are you talking about? Come on. We're not some high school kids anymore. I know you've matured as well. I smirked wickedly. Honestly, I don't understand why you're still here when it appears that you're doing well elsewhere. If you want this land, why did you sell it in the first place? Now that I don't want to sell it, you come here and ask me to sell it to you? After all those years, when it took me sleepless nights to experiment with something to help bring the land out of its unfortunate situation? Where is the revenge in that, huh? I took a step closer to her. Her face grew stern, and anger flickered in her otherwise melancholic eyes. This is just plain business, Kohaku. Think I'll bend over for you? You just showed up again, and now you want to take back what's already mine now. Damn you, Senku. She's really furious now, isn't she? I couldn't help but inwardly chuckle at her behavior. I don't know why you feel so entitled. You think after all those years, after what I did with this land, you think I'd bow and give it back to you that easily? No. I shook my head disapprovingly, deliberately provoking her even more. Kohaku, you can't just come back here and reclaim the lands without dealing with me first. Is it because you're too prideful that you wouldn't give up even though it's already hopeless? If you don't want to give this land back to me, what if I'll just give back the money you paid for the mansion? What if I won't accept it? Your father's attorney already approved for the tax declaration to be transferred to my name a month ago. We are only waiting for you to sign the papers for the title, Kohaku. I could see her hope fading away. Not so fast, my naughty lioness. I have a proposition, but only if you're so desperate to get this mansion that you're willing to compromise. Do you want this so bad? I took another step closer to her, but she remained unfazed. I couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt as I gave her a glimmer of hope. Oh, Hope, what power do you hold over people like Kohaku? And what have you done to me? You've filled my mind with the most foolish ideas just so I can cling to hope. It may defy all logic, but I don't fucking care if she's married, engaged, or anything else. I want her to choose me because she desperately needs me. Kohaku, do you want this so bad? I firmly ask her. What's your proposition? Patience, lioness, answer my question first. Yes, I want this mansion back. Are you willing to do anything just to get this back then? Yes, I am willing. Good. I lifted her chin, and her lips puckered as if inviting a kiss. I couldn't tell if it was an intentional seduction or if she had always been this way. Marry me, Kohaku. Her eyes widened in surprise. I smirked back at her. You gave me no other choice, Kohaku. I have no choice but to resort to plan B. Wawai, please, wait a minute, I can't do that. You know what, I'll just borrow some money from Ryusui. Give me 6 months to produce the money, Senku. She shoved my hand away from her. Have you already forgot? I told you this isn't for sale. And did you just say you'll borrow from Ryusui? I should have known to trust my instincts before as to why Ryusui usually frequented the states back then, particularly the East Coast. It wouldn't be hard for him to cross paths with Kohaku earlier than I did. My eyes darkened at her, just thinking about them being together made me feel. That's none of your business, and you being married to me is okay. Listen, I really don't want to do this. It's just that I am having a hard time dealing with my father, who is also an investor in my company. I am planning to launch a telescope that I've been working on for 6 years to study the weirdly flickering black hole at the heart of our galaxy, the Milky Way, which has proved elusive for existing telescopes to explore, but there's one problem. I need a rocket to launch it into outer space. And what does that have to do with me marrying you, Senku? Not that I really want it. I looked at Kohaku, thinking about what to do next. I realized that to make her believe my excuses, I needed to involve someone she trusted. My father, who was known for his straightforward nature, seemed like the perfect choice. He had mentioned his wish to see me find a partner and get married, although it wasn't something I felt obliged to do. I'm not yet done explaining, Lioness. As I've said, this is about my father. He knows a reliable rocket company that would fit the description of the rocket I want for my telescope. This company factory has been cranking out an incredible rockets for years because these orbital rockets have the same technologies in them as ballistic missiles. The knowledge about how to build them is protected. He just revealed to me lately that he is the owner of that company. He wants me to inherit it, and he won't share with me the rest of the information about the rocket I needed unless I procure myself a wife. With a calculated expression, I began weaving the tale, using my father's supposed wishes as a reason for urgency. I knew there was some truth to it, as my father did express his desire for me to find a wife. However, I exaggerated the sense of immediacy, making it seem like I had no choice but to marry immediately. It was a ploy to make Kohaku believe. After I carefully crafted the story, I observed Kohaku's reactions, hoping she would buy into the urgency and make a decision that would favor me. It was a delicate balance of truth and manipulation, all in the pursuit of making her stay. You're disgusting, I smirked at her. If I lose it, she'll drift again. I can't let that happen. Do you want this land or not? Fine, so am I just going to be your pretend wife? Yes, we need to marry on paper too, Kohaku. I can't risk it. What if he does a background check on me and discovers that our marriage is not considered valid? That would be useless, plus he'd hate me for lying. People hate liars, you know. I will file for a divorce after our conditions have been met. It gave me a glimmer of hope. To my surprise, it turned out that Kohaku was neither married nor engaged. How can I be sure you will give me this mansion back, Senku? I'll make a contract. Kohaku and I'll have a friend sign our agreement between us. I'll give you the contracts you needed back, and I'll talk to my lawyer to transfer the tax declaration for your mansion under your name. What about the flower farms, Senku? I burst into laughter. I couldn't believe she is still unsatisfied. The flower farms will be yours, but you will be mine for the rest of your life, Kohaku. If you were to find out my true intentions now, you might think I'm going crazy, and I am determined to make you mine and be with you every single day. Easy, Lioness. We are only talking about the mansion here. I am the reason this flower farm is thriving in the market, so it'll be harder for me to let this one go. Eventually, we'll talk about that. For now, this is going to be my offer, and I need you to do first what we've agreed on. Her gaze was sharp, piercing into me. I believed everything would go smoothly, but when I witnessed her tears on our wedding day, it felt like a sudden blow to my core. Ishigami Kohaku, my wife is crying because she's marrying me. Do I really want this, to have seen her suffer like this in front of me? Seeing her in tears dissipates the anger I have nurtured in my heart for years. Just by looking into her blue eyes, I feel the urge to surrender and give her everything she desires. I would even pray to be one of her desires. Because even without her saying it, I would give myself to her wholeheartedly and without hesitation. I had always been a light sleeper, but when I woke up in the middle of the night, I had to find out why she's locked herself in her room. Upon reflection, I've come to realize that even after all these years, she must have been preoccupied with thoughts of her sister. Before I could think of a way to comfort her, Kohaku's eyes slowly opened. She reached out for me, and I stiffened as I felt her hands reaching out to hug me. She let out a sob as she buried her face in my chest. I didn't know what to do. I've never been good at comforting people, and I felt helpless as I watched her cry. I stood there stiffly, not sure if I should hug her back or pull away. As Kohaku's sobs gradually subsided, I felt a pang of guilt. I realized that I had been too focused on my own ambitions and hadn't been there for Kohaku when she needed me. I silently promised myself that I would try to be there for her from now on. Finally, Kohaku lifted her head from my shoulder and wiped away her tears. She looked up at me, her eyes blue and puffy, but also filled with gratitude. "Thank you for being here, Senku," she said softly. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I may not have known exactly what to do, but was glad that I could be there for her at that moment. I gave her a small smile, feeling a newfound sense of closeness to her. As I settled back into my room, I couldn't help but think about how much she meant to me. I didn't know where our relationship was headed, but I knew that I wanted to be there for her, no matter what. "I am going to be your man, Kohaku. That with your land and mansion, you'll also want to take me with you. I promise that." As I watched Kohaku sleep, I couldn't help but admire her beautiful features. It hit me then, I wanted our relationship to be real, not just some charade born out of desperation. Looking around the room, I spotted some paper and got an idea. It wasn't the fancy ring I had planned, but it's now or never. When Kohaku woke up, I showed her the paper ring and told her how much I wanted our marriage to be genuine. The surprise and warmth in her eyes confirmed that I had made the right move. In that moment, I realized that our love didn't need grand gestures. It will thrive on honesty and sincerity. With her acceptance of the paper ring, I am filled with so much happiness. Once I got a hold of the real one, I would give her the ring she truly deserved. But for now, the origami ring represented the unwavering love we shared. I just got back from Tokyo after overseeing some business affairs and getting the promised ring I would give Kohaku later, but I had heard she was busy tending to the flowers. So I made myself busy and was engrossed in my work when Chrome burst into my office, a sense of urgency on his face. He quickly closed the door behind him and approached my desk. "Senku, we have a major problem," Chrome said, his voice filled with concern. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his sudden seriousness. "What is it?" He took a deep breath before speaking. "The board is adamant about keeping a corrupt member among its ranks. They want your presence at the meeting as soon as possible before they approve the launch of our space mission rocket to outer space." I leaned back in my chair, a mix of frustration and determination building within me. Corruption within our board? That's unacceptable. We can't compromise the integrity of our mission. I know what he's saying and who's that person he's referring to, but I chose to feign ignorance hoping he'll understand my decision. "Is that a rejection from you, Senku? You think you could stir our conversation because I didn't know what was happening and why Luna is still around?" "Shit. Truth be told, I now know." Chrome smirked at me. I could see a visible change in his appearance when he realized that I was lying. Chrome chuckled, stood in front of my desk, and put his hands on his waist. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes before looking back at me. "We need your leadership and influence to address this issue and ensure the launch proceeds smoothly by not compromising our funds." He stared at me furiously. I licked my lower lip. My mind got haywired from all the calculations and algorithms I've been doing. I am still composing myself for his abrupt appearance. Luna's bastard father is still on the loose. He embezzled our funds when the majority of the old board members favored him. I am still lacking evidence to put him to jail. Why didn't you ask me for help then? I have my own private investigators searching for Ruri before Kohaku told me she was dead. I can still ask them for help now that I'm over it, and I know you'll handle it, Senku. Your determination and strategic thinking have always guided us through tough times. I just wish the new board members won't pester me. He sighs in annoyance. Thanks for the offer, but I'm almost done. Luna already gave me clues about his whereabouts. I sometimes doubt if you keeping her around is still purely for business. Not entirely loyalty. She's already pretty poor because they brought it upon themselves when they chose to betray your trust. Chrome, I get why you're worried about Luna's family and what they've done, but Luna is not defined by her family. She's facing her own battles, and I want to be there for her. She has bipolar disorder, and I want to support her through it. Chrome looked skeptical. I get that, Senku, but why keep her around the company? Isn't it risky? I sighed, trying to find the right words. She's valuable, and I needed her for the investigation. She puts her trust in me that what happened to her and her mother would be put to justice. Yes, I care for her, but it's not the same as what I feel for Kohaku. He smiled, marking a stop to our conversation. I can't believe how can he easily concludes I'm in love with that woman. How stupid can he be? Luna failed. Is this why you marry Kohaku? Why aren't you denying her requests? Is it because she's sick and dying? Is that it? Have you fallen in love with her? I thought you were a scientific prodigy of our generation, Senku. You are rational with every decision and move you make. What happened? No, Chrome, marrying Kohaku was never part of my plan. My original plan was all about seeking revenge, but... Bullshit, she loves you, which is why she accepted your marriage proposal. She may not have explicitly expressed it to me, but having grown up together, I understand her well enough to see it. I fought the urge to punch him, reminding myself to stay calm. His interruption irritated me. I've decided to get to the point. I married her because I loved her. My jaw clenched at that. It frustrated me how he only seemed to care about Kohaku. Our relationship has improved this past month. I don't love anyone else. Only her. I want to marry her for real this time. I just think that I need to take this one slow. This has nothing to do with business. This is about me and her. The moment she pushed me away when I asked her what was the deal with her getting a one-way plane ticket, I felt like dying. I thought I had her. For a slight moment, I thought I had her. I thought we would be different. We became so close in such a short time, and I thought she genuinely cared about me. There were no games, no pretenses. I thought we could actually be something, but I thought wrong. She's really desperate in leaving me. How can she claim that she no longer loves me and abandon me for something so innocent? Does this signify the end? I find myself restless, unable to sleep or eat, and my mind in disarray. What thoughts occupy her mind when she said that? Just last weekend, she appeared content and happy. How could she easily forget all the happiness we shared? Am I too clingy? Am I caging her too much? Is she sick of me? I have never fallen in love with anyone before her. It destroyed me so much. Still, she made me feel like it's over before I knew. But in my mind, I still have one last card to play. I will call her father and inform her parents that I got married to her to prolong our time together, even if it's just for a little while. My plan would be like this. Before fully transferring everything back to her, I am going to apologize to her parents for my actions, and then express to them how much I love their daughter and my willingness to make amends as long as Kohaku gives me another chance. I will transfer the ownership of the properties to her name, even if she doesn't want it. At that point, I have no more means to fight against her. The deal will be over, and I will give her back the land. But I want to try again. I am going to court her every day. I'm going to stay in a house near theirs. But when I saw her angry and hurt, I couldn't deny her the freedom she wants. But I don't have the guts to say goodbye to her the way she easily did that to me. After Kohaku left, I made the decision to return to Tokyo. Seeking solace within the walls of my company, I found refuge from the overwhelming emotions that consumed me by keeping a close eye on the intricate details and studying the blueprints. The echoing halls became my sanctuary as I paced, channeling my frustrations and sorrows into motivation. With renewed determination, I focused on planning our future space missions and presented a solution to the board about what I've been doing apprehending Luna's father for embezzling funds. Chrome was taken aback by my actions. Each step I took was fueled by a fierce resolve to overcome heartbreak and showcase my resilience to myself and the world. Yet, Not a single day passed without Kohaku lingering in my thoughts. All my thoughts were consumed by Kohaku, but when Luna called me, insisting that she had one final piece of evidence that could finally bring her father to justice, I knew I had to go to her place. I took a final glance at the papers neatly tucked inside a brown envelope and let out a sigh of relief. Once I had resolved all the troubles plaguing the company, I promised myself that I would shift my focus toward finding a way to win Kohaku back. "Did you speak with Kohaku?" Luna asks me out of the blue. I gritted my teeth as memories of how easily she had walked away resurfaced, mingling with a sense of curiosity as to why Luna was inquiring about her. "We're married and live under the same roof, so we still communicate," I replied, disguising the truth. No one else knew that she had left, and I intended to keep it that way. "Really, seeing you, I thought you, made me think you. Anyway, I think you should," she trailed off, unable to finish her sentence. Her head bowed, and her trembling lips betrayed her struggle to hold back tears. I furrowed my brow, briefly pondering her unspoken words. Regardless, I made a silent promise to myself that once all of this was over and her father was behind bars, I would have a conversation with her. I was taken aback when all of a sudden she clung tightly to my shoulders, her face stained with tears as she looked at me. I remembered the times when her doctor informed me about her frequent manic episodes. I wanted to calm her down now, to assure her that I wasn't avoiding her. I genuinely cared for her, so I dedicated some of my time to offering comfort and advice whenever she reached out to me or visited, plagued by dreams of the traumatic abuse she had endured. She was like a sister to me, and I felt sorry for her, especially now as her father's case was reaching its end, and I wouldn't be seeing her as often. "Luna, please calm. Senku, you won't forgive me. Oh my God, you won't forgive me." She became increasingly hysterical, shaking her head and crying uncontrollably. I firmly held onto both of her shoulders, steadying her so that she would look directly into my eyes. "What's wrong?" Anxiety welled up in my chest. I looked at her, waiting for the continuation. Why wouldn't I forgive her? I swear if her father was the cause of her distress once again, I would not rest until this ordeal was finally over. It had become exhausting, and I was determined to bring him to justice, not just for the embezzlement of funds, but to ensure that Luna would also receive the justice she deserved. "You won't forgive me, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, but Senku." Tears streamed down her eyes. She tightly held onto my arm, seeking support. I shook my head. "SHH, Luna, you need to calm down first," gently stroking her hand that clung to mine. "It's Kohaku, Senku, Kohaku," she. My mouth dropped open and I took a step back, feeling a surge of anxiety in my chest. "What are you talking about?" I tried to remain calm despite the overwhelming sense of unease. "I'm sorry, I should have listened to you. I almost physically hurt her that time. I didn't mean it," she cried while holding her head and seemed remorseful for whatever she had done. What did you do, Luna?" I couldn't contain the anger in my tone anymore. "It's Kohaku. She's becoming jealous of the two of us, and I think she's going to leave you after we talk, even though she..." My eyes widened. I couldn't comfort Luna any longer, even though she was crying so heavily. I was furious with her. I didn't let her finish. Enraged and frustrated, I abruptly left her condo, cursing under my breath as I stormed towards my office. My sole focus was to find Chrome and share the evidence we needed to conclude our investigations, then I'll fly to wherever Kohaku is. Summoning my courage, I decided it was also the time to reveal the truth to Chrome about what had transpired between us. His constant inquiries and insistence on my presence in the office, long after everyone else had left, had become too much to bear. I knew it was necessary to provide him with an explanation, to shed light on the reasons behind my secluded behavior. Little did I know that another revelation from Chrome awaited me, one that would deeply wound my already shattered heart. After divulging all the details of my conversation with Luna, the weight of Chrome's words struck me with an unexpected blow. Kohaku bears a heavy burden of guilt within her, as her sister's untimely death was not the only tragedy she endured. Her parents also met with a tragic fate. Her mother, overwhelmed by the loss of one of her daughters, took her own life, and her father passed away a few months later. It all began on the day when Ruri and Kohaku sought refuge at my place after their accident. As he uttered those words, A mixture of surprise and sadness enveloped me, compelling me to listen intently as he unraveled the events that led to her sister's accident that led Ruri to have that rare long-term illness. The magnitude of Kohaku's suffering became increasingly clear, leaving me overwhelmed with a sense of sorrow. It was disheartening to realize the immense burden she had silently bore all these years. Why didn't she tell me all of these? Was this the reason she left, because she was guilty? Moreover, why didn't she trust me? Now that I know her parents were no longer alive, and realizing that I had kept her in the dark about the true motives behind my involvement with Luna, it intensifies my determination to tell her everything and never lose her again. I swiftly make arrangements to fly to Iceland, ready to plead for her forgiveness and do whatever it takes to rekindle our relationship. I watched as Kohaku talked to Chrome on the winter beach, her laughter echoing in the air. She seemed so carefree, like a child immersed in her own world of joy. However, amidst her happiness, I couldn't help but notice a hint of melancholy in her eyes. As she twirled around, her gaze wandered toward the sky, mesmerized by the dancing colors of the auroras. The vibrant hues painted a breathtaking scene against the backdrop of the snowy beach. It was a moment of ethereal beauty, and Kohaku lay there, captivated by the enchanting spectacle. In that tranquil moment, I saw a mixture of emotions in her expression, the fleeting happiness, the wistful longing, and perhaps a touch of nostalgia. It was as if she was cherishing the present while reminiscing about the past. I hesitated as I watched Kohaku, her face radiating happiness and contentment. Seeing her like this brought me both joy and uncertainty. Should I approach her and risk disrupting her happiness, or should I stay back and silently admire her from afar? She followed me after I made the choice to just spend some time together, just talking and enjoying each other's company before parting ways. It was a decision I had already made, but as we engaged in conversation, a sudden realization hit me. I couldn't ignore the growing feeling within me that I couldn't bear to stay distant any longer. At that moment, I made a firm decision to be there for her, no matter what. I wanted to share in her happiness and be a source of support through all the ups and downs. With that determination, I presented her with the ring I had prepared, a symbol of my unwavering commitment and love. From that point onward, I vowed to stand by her side, treasuring every precious moment we would share. Sitting in my laboratory, surrounded by the familiar sights of scientific instruments and calculations, my mind started to drift away. Memories of video calls with Kohaku started to flood my thoughts. I missed her presence, her voice, and her unwavering support, but I knew I had to keep her away from this particular endeavor. This was something I needed to handle alone. I reflected on our conversations, the way her eyes lit up whenever we discussed how she'll want our real wedding to be, and the plans that she formulated with Lillian. I was proud of her for enduring everything. I dreamed of a better future. A future only with her. If it's not her, I would prefer to be alone. But now I had to protect her from the harsh realities that lay ahead. The delicate balance of justice and the manipulation of the jury was not something I wanted her to witness. With a heavy sigh, I let go of the thoughts that weighed me down. Luna had been instrumental in steering the jury in our favor. It was a nerve-wracking process, but it had worked. A wave of relief washed over me, knowing that we had successfully overcome that hurdle. All that remained now was to focus on supervising the imminent space mission. I turned my attention to the rocket, knowing that the fuels it contained were crucial to its success. I meticulously checked the composition, ensuring that the combination of liquid propellants would provide the necessary thrust and efficiency. I knew that every detail mattered, especially when this rocket would carry the telescope I'm building to trace back to the origins of the universe into the vastness of space. My responsibilities extended beyond fuel management. I dove into the intricate realm of navigation algorithms and other critical plans. I had to make sure every calculation was accurate and every possibility considered. There was no room for error. The fate of our mission rested on my shoulders, and I wouldn't allow anything to compromise it. I walked into my office, expecting a normal day, when suddenly my father appeared with a mischievous grin. Well, look who's hiding on their birthday again," he exclaimed, clearly enjoying himself. Lillian stood beside him, wearing a warm smile as she joined in. "Happy birthday, Senku." I felt my cheeks flush with embarrassment. Birthdays were never a big deal to me, and I preferred to keep them low-key. "Thanks, old man, you know how I am," I replied, trying to downplay the attention. I appreciated their greetings, but the spotlight made me squirm. As the laughter settled, a thought nagged at me. Kohaku. I wondered if she remembered it was my birthday today, as I hadn't received any greetings from her. My father and I engaged in conversation for a while, and after enduring his constant teasing, which included reminiscing about how I proposed to Kohaku, they finally said their goodbyes an hour later. Just as I settled into my work, my secretary handed me an unknown letter from an unfamiliar sender. Curiosity piqued, I opened it cautiously. The contents sent a chill down my spine. It was a message from someone who believed I hadn't finished what I started. Someone who accused me of brainwashing their daughter, intent on putting me down and killing me. Fear mingled with anger as I read the words on the page. This was an unexpected threat, and it demanded my attention. I knew I had to act swiftly, yet discreetly. I sat in front of my holographic monitor, my eyes scanning the data flowing across the screen. I had devised a code that could differentiate between tangible and intangible objects, allowing me to identify any anomalies within my company. As I analyzed the readings, my suspicions were confirmed. A laboratory showed the presence of an unfamiliar container. My eyes widened in horror as I gazed upon the ticking time bomb on the holographic monitor. I was seething with anger. Someone had managed to breach the security of my meticulously crafted codes. It infuriated me to think that there was another genius out there capable of challenging my intellect. How dare they infiltrate my domain and undermine my expertise? The fire in my eyes burned with determination as I vowed to track down this worthy adversary and reclaim what was rightfully mine. Without wasting a second, I quickly assessed the situation. Ammonium nitrate and nitromethane? This is bad, really bad, I muttered to myself. I have a bad feeling it would ensure chaos, so I became more focused. I didn't know if it was because I was suspecting Dr. Nevi was on supervision that day. He was very impulsive for me, and he didn't like taking orders. He would rather die alone than ask someone for help. That was my impression of him. Formulating another plan, I decided to tell Dr. Zeno to create a diversion. With a sense of urgency, I drafted a coded message that contained the necessary clues if this person was a mole within my company. I wanted to convey the gravity of the situation, to make it clear that he had a limited time to act. The threat of imminent danger would hopefully deter the unknown sender from pursuing their vendetta against me. Without wasting a moment, I sprang into action. I rushed down from my office and jumped into my car, speeding towards the fields that separated the main building from the laboratory. The thought that this mysterious object could potentially be a ticking time bomb filled me with urgency. As I arrived at the laboratory, my heart pounded in my chest. I knew that within those walls, the finalization of crucial space navigation algorithms was taking place. The safety of my team and the entire company was at stake. Determination fueled my every step as I entered the laboratory, ready to neutralize the threat and protect everything we had worked so hard to achieve. In that moment, with the weight of responsibility on my shoulders, I vowed to use every ounce of my knowledge and expertise to defuse the situation. Failure was not an option. As I approached the suspicious container, my mind raced with calculations and contingency plans. I had to dismantle this potential disaster, ensuring the safety of everyone involved. My heart sank as I discovered the unimaginable. The time bomb that had infiltrated our laboratory had a hidden code to trigger its detonation. How could this have happened? My mind raced with a flurry of thoughts and possibilities, but one thing was clear: time was running out. I cursed silently to myself, realizing that every second mattered now. The realization that I might be too late, that I had unknowingly touched everything, sent a surge of frustration and anger coursing through my veins. How could I have missed this? I prided myself on my meticulous attention to detail, and yet a critical breach had occurred right under my nose. As I stared at the hacked navigation monitor, my mind raced to find a solution. There was no time for panic or self-pity. I had to focus on finding a way to defuse the bomb and prevent its catastrophic consequences. The lives of my colleagues and the entire facility were at stake. At that moment, a surge of determination overcame me. I refused to accept defeat. With every ounce of knowledge and expertise I possessed, I began to analyze the code, searching for any weaknesses or loopholes. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon me, but I channeled my frustration into laser-like focus. With steady hands and focused determination, I began the delicate process of securing the volatile substances. Time seemed to move in slow motion as I carefully handled each component, taking every precaution to avoid any accidental detonation. The intense concentration and the adrenaline coursing through my veins merged into a singular purpose: to protect and preserve the future of everything I've worked hard to build this company. I won't let that monster mess up everything. Minutes turned into eternity as I delved deeper into the intricacies of the code. It was a battle against time, my fingers flying across the keyboard, my mind racing against the countdown. I couldn't afford to make a single mistake. Failure was not an option. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a glimmer of hope emerged. I identified a vulnerability, a tiny crack in the seemingly impenetrable code. With renewed vigor, I exploited this weakness, unraveling the intricate network of commands that controlled the bomb. Sweat dripped from my brow as I cautiously disabled each line of code, holding my breath with every keystroke. The silence in the room was deafening as I worked feverishly, my concentration unyielding. The pressure was immense, but I was determined to succeed. And then the moment of truth arrived. A wave of despair washed over me as I made a shocking discovery. My worst fears had come true. The time bomb, which I had desperately hoped would be disarmed, continued to tick relentlessly, its presence a grim reminder of the danger that lurked. Panic surged through my veins, knowing that its destructive power will unleashed and time was running out. With a sense of urgency, I shouted through the intercom, ordering everyone in the facility to evacuate immediately. I didn't have any time to waste. I rushed down from the control room, my mind racing with the potential consequences if that bomb were to explode. "Attention, everyone!" I shouted urgently, grabbing their attention. "We need to evacuate the lab right now. Evacuate! Everyone, get out of the building now!" I shouted urgently, hoping my voice would reach every corner of the facility. Confusion and panic rippled through the room as my fellow scientists tried to comprehend the urgency of my words. But I didn't have time to explain further. I needed them to trust me and escape before it was too late. As people began to scramble, panic filled the air. I continued running towards the laboratory where the bomb was suspected to be. "Stay calm, Senku. You can do this," I muttered to myself, trying to stay focused amidst the chaos. But just as I thought I had made progress, a blinding explosion erupted in one of the adjacent hallways. My heart skipped a beat as I realized the bomb already started. I cursed it under my breath, realizing the severity of the situation. This can't be happening, not now. With debris falling all around me, I had to think quickly. "Think, Senku, think," I urged myself, desperately searching for an escape route. Time was against me, and I had to act fast. I spotted a nearby door leading to another corridor, and without hesitation, I sprinted toward it. As I reached the door, an ear-splitting blast erupted behind me, propelling me forward with the force of the explosion. The door slammed shut, shielding me from the full impact. Breathing heavily, I leaned against the door, thankful for the momentary respite. "That was too close," I muttered, my voice trembling with a mix of relief and determination. As I made my way toward the exit, I noticed movement amidst the chaos. A man, trapped under a pile of rubble, struggling to free himself. Without hesitation, I changed course and rushed toward the trapped man. "Hang on, I'm coming to get you out," I shouted, determined to rescue him before it was too late. With every ounce of strength, I pulled and heaved, using every scientific principle at my disposal to remove the debris. The man's grateful eyes met mine as he was finally freed from the wreckage. thank you so much," he gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "I thought I was a goner." "Just focus on getting out of here," I replied, urgency lacing my voice. "We need to evacuate immediately. Follow me." Together, we navigated the chaotic lab, dodging falling equipment and rushing towards the exit. As we reached the threshold, a familiar face appeared before me, Dr. Zeno. "Senku, you've done well," he commended, but his expression grew grave. "Now we must leave, there's no time to waste." Without another word, Zeno and I bolted toward safety. We had barely cleared the doorway when a massive explosion erupted from within the laboratory. The force of the blast pushed us forward. We stumbled and regained our footing, panting heavily as the dust settled around us. The laboratory was now a charred ruin, a stark testament to the catastrophic event that had just occurred. "Dr. Senku," I heard Chelsea called out for me. I coughed as I removed the towel covering my mouth and nose. Dr. Zeno pulled me back before I could turn away from the burning laboratory that just got another explosion. I glanced around to assess if anyone was injured, and when I saw Dr. Nevi with my fellow scientists, and Stanley, Zeno's trusted bodyguard, standing behind him, anger surged within me. I looked at Zeno, seeking confirmation that my suspicion was true, that he was the mole who had been paid by Luna's imprisoned father to have me killed. When he nodded, I didn't hesitate to confront him. "Dr. Ishigami?" Some scientists grabbed my arm before I went for him. I confronted him with a menacing glare. I wanted to be violent. I was so close to punching him in the face, but I immediately stopped when I saw him shaking out of fear. He was trembling in fear for being discovered while Stanley apprehended him and shackled his arms from behind. "You do not deserve your fucking position," I hissed and let him go. "I don't care about the space mission being compromised, as we can do all those algorithms all over again. A lot of us could have died because of you." "Dr. Senku, please calm down." Dr. Zeno tried to grab my arm again. "I fucking have a family and wife waiting for me." My eyes were already bloodshot. I could no longer control the tears of rage streaming down my face. I stood before the criminal, my emotions raging inside me. In that intense moment, a thought crossed my mind. If I were to die here, Kohaku would lose yet another chance to be with me. She would be devastated, overcome by sadness and guilt, believing that she was the reason for all the lives lost. I couldn't bear the thought of her going through that pain again. The medical team had to check everyone's condition before transferring us to the nearest hospital. We stayed there to be interviewed by some officials. I just knew at that moment that my father will experience another severe headache because of what happened, no matter how carefree he is. Breathing a sigh of relief mixed with sorrow for the destruction, I glanced back at the scene. The weight of our narrow escape sank in as I realized a part of our plan were compromise, but was glad that the most important thing for me was to go home alive back to her. I stared at our Polaroid picture together I placed on the back of my phone. I almost faced death, and I realized that time will not stop for me. I wanted to marry her immediately. I wanted to be with her. At that moment, Dr. Zeno goes back to rescue me. I couldn't accept dying in that tragic way. I haven't had a good life yet. That was what I thought at that time. A good life where I am married to the woman I love, whose support and encouragement I look forward to every waking day. "Senku." I noticed Kohaku standing a few meters away, her eyes filled with a mix of relief and concern. Chrome heaved a heavy sigh beside her. In that moment, we didn't need words to communicate. Our eyes spoke volumes, conveying the shared understanding of the relief that I am still alive. As Kohaku rushed towards me, tears streamed down her face. "Senku, I thought I lost you," she cried, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and relief. I reached out and gently embraced her, feeling the warmth of her presence. I hugged her tight and caressed her hair. "I'm here, Kohaku, I made it out," I reassured her, my own voice filled with gratitude. "Why would you scare me like that?" She cried more. "I'm sorry." I kissed the side of her head. "I'm sorry, my love." Everyone was looking at us while Chrome smirked at me from behind her. We were stuck in the middle of the hallway, but I couldn't care less. I hugged her tighter now, whispering comforting words to her so she would calm down. "I promised you I will come back," I caressed her hair. "I can't lose you again. I'm afraid of losing someone important to me. Not again," she whispered while crying. "Please, never again." "You will never lose me," I kissed the top of her head. "I love you so much." "I'm really glad you're alive," she said while sobbing. "Happy birthday, Senku." After a month of recovery from the laboratory explosion, Kohaku and I found ourselves in my observatory in Iceland. It was a special moment for us as we had just gotten married, and this country meant so much for us. As I entered the observatory, I saw Kohaku standing by the glass window, her eyes shining with a mixture of awe and love. The stars twinkled brightly behind her, their light casting an ethereal glow upon her figure. Beyond the window, the dancing auroras painted the night sky with vibrant shades of indigo, perfectly complementing the deep blue of her eyes. I approached her, captivated by her beauty and the enchanting scene before us. A gentle smile graced her lips as she turned to face me. "Senku, this place is incredible," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I never imagined I would witness such a breathtaking sight." Her smile grew wider, lighting up the room. "Do you remember the gift I made for you in high school?" she asked. I paused for a moment, reflecting on it. "Of course, Kohaku," I said, a hint of surprise in my voice. "It was a periodic table with real elements, wasn't it?" Kohaku nodded. "I had hoped you would like it, but then I saw it displayed on one of your cabinets here." "It's right where I can see it whenever I go here for a visit," I said. She looked at me, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Senku, did you also read the letter I wrote with it?" she asked. A smile formed on my face as I nodded. "Yes, I read every word of your letter," I reassured her. "Your words meant everything to me. They inspired me and gave me strength all those years," I confessed. I found it one time after I made the offer to purchase their mansion when briefly looked at her room. Kohaku's eyes lit up, and she took a step closer, her hand reaching for mine. "I poured my heart into that letter, Senku. I'm glad you read it," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. It was proof that I fell for her that fateful day I declined her gift. I fell for her again the night before she left when I kiss her under the meteor showers. Throughout the years, I have held on to it as a symbol of my enduring love for her. It was proof that we share the same feelings back then, and until now. As I stood beside Kohaku in the observatory, a soft breeze brushed through the room, gently tousling her hair. I couldn't help but be drawn to her, captivated by her presence amidst the celestial beauty surrounding us. With a tender smile, I reached out and delicately tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Kohaku turned her gaze toward me, her eyes reflecting a mix of gratitude and adoration. The touch seemed to convey a silent understanding, a reassurance that I would always be there to protect and cherish her. She took my hand in hers. "You are now successful, Senku." I tightened my grip on her hand, feeling a rush of warmth. "No, you are my secret to success. My success is fueled by having you." As the stars continued to shimmer in the night sky and the auroras danced behind her, I couldn't help but be reminded of the beauty of this moment. In the observatory, amidst the wonders of the universe, I stood beside Kohaku, knowing that together we could face any challenge that lay ahead. With a final glance, I intertwined my fingers with hers, a silent promise to walk this path together, hand in hand. And at that moment, as we embraced the enchanting backdrop of stars and auroras, I knew that our love was as timeless and infinite as the universe itself. At the end,